Test. There we go. Alrighty, guys. So my microphone's still having issues. That hasn't changed apparently in the last couple days. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening. Good evening, Olive. Good evening, guys. Hi. Happy fucking Friday. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening so far, guys. Tonight we're going to be doing more of the Helldivers 2. Good. Alrighty. We got a few different things to cover here tonight before we get into the game. A little bit of the usual. Hope you guys had a good couple days here. Yep. Alrighty. Well, as it turns out, Arrowhead released some content on the 4th of July. I mean, didn't expect them to cater to American holidays, but I guess they did. Had some new stuff released yesterday. Yeah, when I was offline, and apparently it's just slight upgrades. I didn't see anything super spectacular, which we're going to cover here in a second. But mainly just resource sinks. So people were complaining about not having anything to spend their money on, and as it turns out, you just add stuff that you just add things that are resource sinks to the game, and then people dump their resources into them, which we talked about extensively last couple streams actually. Yeah, good. Had some wonderful family time last 2 days. Helped my brother with some concrete pouring, which was a huge pain in the ass, but that's kind of the way it goes. So having someone else pour concrete for you is extremely expensive. So if you can do it yourself, it is much cheaper. As it turns out, concrete's still really expensive, but not as expensive as it turns out. Can't wait to get back into things here, guys. Should be pretty good. Good. Alrighty. Let's see. Multi-streaming is still a shit show. Congratulations. Camera still work? It does. Good evening, guys. I got a little bit of a tan, too. And all the good things. My camera fuck up? Wonderful. Good. Let's see. No, that's still working. Alright. Yep. Had an absolutely horrible case of, I think, food poisoning or something. Anyways, I had the trots for like the last couple days, guys. It was pretty ridiculous. Yeah, normally not something that happens to me, and it happened in the worst possible time, because basically when you're working manual labor, it's like the last thing you want to have happen. Yeah, still not exactly sure what caused it, so. But it pretty much cleared up today, so maybe it was him, maybe he's what caused it. As it goes, guys. Alrighty, well, apparently they added some new stuff to the game. We are not going to be, well, I'm not going to be releasing a video on it or making a video on it, simply because it's just a couple small things. Basically, community is getting angsty, and then they just added in some sinks to the game, and they're really expensive, as you can imagine. Not really anything super amazing, to be perfectly honest. So, evening, Emma. So, reload time for all support. They're all a bunch of smalls too. You can tell basically when they aren't really certain what they want to do, which, as we talked about, there's a couple different ways that they can actually address the issues of resources in the game in a meaningful way without actually adding like bloat to the game, as you could say, power creep bloat. And what they basically added is power creep bloat to the game with the current patch, which is what you're seeing right here. So reduces reload time for all support weapons by 10%. Is it going to really make or break the bank? Nope. Is it going to be something that you're going to see? Yep. Is it something to do? Yep. But at the end of the day, it's not really something that you're like, wow, this feels completely different, right? Because if it did, it would have a meaningful impact on the game, and as such, it would be one of these things that's basically, it's progression. We're going into a stat-based progression system, right? In which you basically have to add more bloat to the game, then you make things that are much higher. So in this case, if you have more reload time, then you make weapons that are stronger with higher reload time to offset the fact that you're adding buffs to the game in order to reduce the reload, and instead you're going to outclass or outsource your earlier weapons in the game by making a progression-based system. And then it's the same thing. It's just basically picking up pieces of gear with stats on them. You can do exactly the same thing. So in this case, they added 10%. As well, you can't keep doing this, because if they just keep adding these to the game, all of a sudden you're reloading your weapons 50% faster, right? So they can't really just, it is not sustainable to continue doing stuff like this, which is why we suggested other ways of doing it. And also in the case of Destiny, or in the case of classical MMO style progression-based games with gear escalators, they have a stat-based system, and any sort of stuff like this is generally locked behind a talent tree of some kind where you can only get minimal bonuses, and those bonuses are heavily controlled, because you can't just keep adding modules to the ship that will reduce your reload speed by 50, 10%, 10%, 10%, and they get 50%, right? Because that actually has a huge impact on the gameplay, and then they can't balance shit anymore. So you can't keep doing this. This is why I suggested different ways of actually addressing the problems, which is in the rebalance guide, guys, as you imagine. Yeah, so reduces all reload speed by 10%. Is this going to really matter? Not really. If they keep doing it, is it going to matter? Definitely. So this is just kind of a non-starter and not really something that even is all that interesting for the most part. This is probably the most interesting one. We'll get back to this here in a second. So if they have a remainder reload. This is kind of a cool idea. Apparently Reddit's suggested it a couple different times. I haven't seen it on Reddit, so maybe it's just a lower tier suggestion, something that didn't trend, for instance, which is tough to get things to trend on Reddit for the most part. If Eagle rearm cooldown further reduced by 10% if called in while Eagle uses still remain. Is it going to make or break the bank? No. It would have been nice if it was maybe prorated based on the number of charges you have left, right? But then if you, let's say, you could offset 500 kgs by having cluster bombs. So if you have, let's say you have 5 cluster bombs, right? Most charges, and then you have 2 500 kgs, you use the 205 kgs, and then you reload it. The 2 500 kgs obviously don't represent the same amount as 5 cluster bombs, but it would reload whatever 5/7 faster is, and that's like 70% faster or something. I reload like 70% faster. And obviously that would be insanely OP if you're just using like 2 really big abilities, right? So it's actually kind of tough to balance something like this out if you don't just give it a static bonus. Because you could offset basically eagles that you want to use with shittier eagles that are just kind of bad, right? With just more charges and then prorating it. But at the same time, 10% is not really going to be meaningful. It would have been nice if it was more, but then you're also getting more of a benefit. It's actually really difficult to do a system like this because there's plenty of ways to game it. As it turns out, there's a lot of ways you could game the system for the reload cooldown if, for instance, it was based on the number of reloads you have. That being said, all the eagles reload at the same time, so technically, if you have 3 different eagles, you might actually just be getting a really good deal on one reload. Because they're not reloading they all reload at once. Conversely, however, because they are all reloading at once, that means you could have some eagles standing by when, if it's an orbital or something, it would be on cooldown, right? That being said, orbitals have problems with not being banked, so I don't think that's a win scenario for orbitals at all. But in the case of eagles, they'll share the same reload cooldown, so it could actually get really, really hard. This is something that's actually extremely difficult to balance, and I guess they went with 10% to be safe, but that's because 25% just by having a leftover cluster bomb might actually be ridiculous. Actually, I don't even think that would be. Like 25% probably would have been a safer one. This is actually kind of something that's unique and different that doesn't, maybe not necessarily padded stats, because I don't think it's something that they'll actually, like add another one of these, right? So this isn't necessarily a padded stat or stat load or power creep in general. This is actually kind of a cool add-on, but 10% is borderline non-existent, but once again, it's something to dump a lot of resources, and this is a substantial amount of resources, by the way. It's mainly 250 oranges are going to be a pretty big problem to come by. Looks like all these are 200 oranges. The oranges are going to be a really big issue to come by. Actually, maybe not. It might even... It's probably just going to be greens. No, it's probably going to be greens. Because you find, while oranges are rare, you don't find 2 times as many oranges as you do greens. Actually, no, we're probably just going to be pink limited. I don't know, actually. It's either going to be pink or green. It's not going to be orange. Interesting. Reduces cooldown for all stratagems by 5%. Power creep bonus. This is something you can't keep adding to the game. It's just a to-do. You know, obviously just something you can add. Is this really all that interesting? No. Is this just a stat pad? Yeah. Once again, they can't just keep adding these to the game, and it's a really low stat, borderline kind of worthless, simply because it's 5%, right? So, I don't know. I guess there's that. Once again, there's plenty of ways that they can do this without making a power creep, right? Which is what we suggested. Multiple different ways to form an economy based around resources that they have in the game, and not just add stat pad. Permanent stat padding is what this is right here, right? That's not something you want to see. Support weapon stratagems locked immediately once called in, reducing deployment time. Kind of nice quality of life thing, but doesn't really matter. Is it going to make or break the bank? No. Is this something they can keep adding to the game? Nope. Does it really even matter? Not really at all. Just one of those things, I guess. Mortar sentries prioritize fire at marked targets. I don't know what a marked target is. This is kind of the curious thing. Is there like a marker in the game now? I mean, this is one of the problems with mortars, is the fact that they target areas that you don't want them to and then kill your teammates, right? So maybe they added a marker or something to the game. I don't actually know what dignifies or signifies a marked target. Reddit. Oh, Q. Oh. Sentry should target enemies you mark. March 15th. Someone suggested this. Either equipping a laser targeting system instead of a primary or secondary support one. That's what I thought was in the game. I assume this is just whatever you mark with Q. But, like, the marks don't really last that long. I wonder if this actually can fire at the ground. Evening, AJ. Yeah, there's the Q mark, right? Does this just target the Q mark? I haven't used it yet. Those don't last super long, though. Like maybe 30 seconds? It's not that long. It's not like permanent till they die. They last until the enemy is dead. I don't think so. I've definitely seen them on Bile Times and they don't last forever unless they're canceled. Stuff in the game dies really, really fucking fast. So you're talking like smaller units like a Charger or a Hunter. Well, I've seen them on Bile Titans and I've seen the Bile Titans outlast them. So I don't think that's completely correct either. We could try that. You throw orbital, then it doesn't last. What do you mean by that? The orbital cancels the mark? Because Bile Titans can last a really long time, depending if someone doesn't have anything on the field. If you throw a stratagem, it cancels. I mean, that'd be a bug. Okay, well, I guess that's something we're gonna have to check out tonight. This is kind of one of the more curious ones that they added with the patch, guys. which is mortars have issues with attacking things. It would have been nice if they had just added some sort of marker in the game as opposed to your cube mark, which can be used for informational purposes instead of using it as a designated feature. But apparently this is based off your cube mark, so we'll have to see how that works with larger targets. I'm pretty sure it falls off. Whether or not that's being caused by throwing an orbital or not, which would be a bug, I guess we'll see. But that's interesting in of itself. I wish you could actually just like, because that's something where you'd want like an RTS game, right? Where you want to have it set to attack ground. Especially with mortars, you want them generally to attack ground than attack a unit, because they'll usually track the unit instead. Whereas mortars, you want to have fire at a choke point of some kind, or an area people are going to come through, right? Instead of at a target that might be moving too fast for it to keep up with. Either way, this is still a step in the right direction, so we'll see how it goes, guys. But anyways, probably one of the bigger changes I would say with this was the radius on orbital stratagems, which actually does not seem that big until you realize that radii actually increases the explosion radius quite a bit on orbitals. 10% is still pretty safe, though. Mainly probably going to see it with... Actually, I don't even know. 380s are tough to gauge because they're just shit shows in the first place. 120s would be nice. It's actually in a rebalance guide that I was hoping that they would add in to the 120s that increase the radius by like 50% on them, so they're much more consistent damage than they currently are. Because you can throw a 120 in the area and it won't kill anything even though they walk through it. You can throw a 380 in the area and it's just RNG and it'll probably kill you too. Precision strikes are really small, and I don't think 10% is going to make anything. A walking brush is all sorts of issues to begin with. So maybe this isn't actually going to change anything at all. The mortars, I still feel as though even if you can mark the area, still are going to be kind of rather lackluster, mainly because their area effect is small. At least it's a step in the right direction. I hope they add some sort of designated system in the future to allow you to actually hit an area consistently. So, whether or not that's true or not, I don't know. We'll have to see. How that works, I don't plan on using mortars. Turrets have all sorts of issues, mainly the fact that you can mark an area with a cluster bomb and do infinitely better, and you get 5 cluster bombs every 2 minutes. So, actually less than that now, don't you? What is it? If you reload them faster, 10% faster, so instead of 120 seconds, that would be 108 seconds, so like 1 minute and 48 seconds instead of 2 minutes for 5 cluster bombs. Yeah, this is why you don't want this is why you don't want just like flat stats added to your game constantly, because it's going to absolutely fuck up the balance in it. That's why we haven't been advocating for them, and why I suggested multiple different ways that they can look at to make progression in the game challenge-based progression, and then offer like temporary power bonuses, for instance, based on stuff that you buy. So they're disposable and temporary. So something you can use for a power boost for like 1 mission or maybe 3 missions or something, as opposed to something that's just permanently added to your ship. Because when you permanently add it to your ship, that's forever. That's forever. Yeah, and then it makes a system in which you have something along the lines of power creep, like Destiny. And then you just have a bunch of shit and people join the game, and you're going to have to add stuff later on that's basically have to take into account the fact that you added power creep to your game, which is just going to completely skew things for new players, and we're back to basically where we started. So, yeah. Yeah, 148. Well, that's 12 seconds, so. I guess. No, Eagle economy is extremely good compared to orbitals and turrets, so there isn't really much of a contest there at all. Clusters in general are very good, and they need to be dropped in number of uses from 5 to 4, and napalm needs to go from 3 to 5 charges because it's not really that great compared to clusters. Clusters are insanely fucking good. And then Eagle airstrikes are a great all-rounder that can basically kill medium units, and can kill Bile Titans, by the way. And you can, if you parallel drop them, copyright CC'd, trademarked, registered, reserved, Benson 123, all rights reserved. Call for marketing. But yeah, I guess we'll see. The mortars in general, this is one of the things we discuss, is adding an RTS element to the mortars, or not mortars, the turrets in general, actually could be really beneficial, mainly to the type of people that like using. This is in addition to buffing essentially how they're utilized and number of uses, mainly adding a reservoir system to them, so you can build up charges over time, unlike the Eagle where you just reload all at once. Basically, you reload them, and then you have a certain number cap of turrets that you can basically deploy, depending on what type of turret you have. And then it switches from your normal stratagem view, your first person, to a top-down view when you go to throw it, or just you You start the stratagem, so when you type it in, it goes switches to a top-down, zooms out, and then you can drop it wherever you want inside of a radius, right? So you have like a traditional RTS element that allows you to put it on top of stuff and get a better angle, which it sounds OP until you realize turrets actually just really fucking suck compared to an Eagle airstrike or cluster bomb. Cluster bombs, Eagles in general are extremely, extremely good. And even if you buff them by giving them like charges, depending on what kind of turret they are, giving them multiple charges and having them be able to recharge so you can bank them, which is actually very important, so you can then use them as a burst, which you can with Eagles, for instance. You can just keep throwing them every 8 seconds, right? Same thing. Very important, and you can't do that with turrets currently. So, kind of cool. Is this going to completely change gameplay and make me want to use mortars? No, not really. And I think this is still going to have issues, mainly because of the lag time. See how this works, though. Mainly the marking is what I'm curious about, rather than the mortars. I'm not going to use mortars. Even with this, I'm not going to be using them. But overall, probably the one that's actually most beneficial is explosion radius. I honestly, 380s and 120s suck so much. I'd like to say 380s and 120s are going to benefit for the most from this, but they honestly suck so much it probably doesn't matter. Which are two things we talked about in the rebalance guide, which are 120s and 380s. And 380s really need to be reverted to what they were before, which is they had shorter duration and it was much bigger radius, and then they just need to double or triple the amount of fire, so parking lot sort of stratagem. And if that's too strong, they can make it into a limited use like the laser. But 380s should not be Eagles, and they kind of, with the, I think it was a balance patch like 3 months ago, they kind of just tried to nudge them in the direction of Eagles to make them more consistent, localized damage, and I think that's kind of a mistake. They should actually just be really big damage, right? And they didn't do that. When you join SOS, does it show time left on the mission? No. It's one of the things I actually suggested. No, it wasn't in my guide, but we talked about it, which is I wish they actually showed the card. On the card, it'd actually show you like the time in the mission, and it doesn't. Unless they changed it yesterday. They sometimes do weird shit. No, it doesn't. Well, this is an SOS, so I wish, as I mentioned before, I really wish on the card here it'd show you the time left in the mission, and it doesn't. Let's see if we can find an SOS real quick here. SOS, unless I'm mistaken, the SOS are the ones with the ping rings on it, like this guy. Oh, it does. What did they change this? Are you a plant? Whozer, are you a plant? We literally talked about this like, what, Tuesday? Monday. Are you a plant? This doesn't really actually help that much. You want to see how long the mission's been going on for, not the time that the SOS has been on the surface. That doesn't matter. But why does it only show it? So I guess it's based on the beacon duration? Why isn't it just based on the mission time? Like the time remaining? That's like you're actually curious about. Oh, that one says mission time on surface. Wait, what? Are you a plant user? So elapsed time on surface could be the amount of time the SOS beacon is on the surface, or it could be the time that these guys are in the mission. What I wanted to see was the time left in the mission. These are not SOS, by the way. And that's new. They change shit all the fucking time in this game. They don't tell you. They don't need to fucking patch the game. A lot of stuff is literally server-side, and they tweak shit, like the fucking behavior, the patrols, everything to do with the enemies is just constantly being in flux. They just constantly change shit. Look at this. So, elapsed time on service, which is Arrowhead. I know you're sitting here. I know Joel's sitting here with his pad, even though they're on summer break right now. There's some intern that's stuck in the office right now listening to my stream because they're like, this guy's a great asset, right? We aren't going to hire him because that costs money, but we'll totally listen to the stuff he says. Anyways, so this right here, I'm very certain is new. I've never seen the elapsed time on surface before. And the last we played was on Tuesday, and then I had family obligations / family time the last 2 days here, so I haven't been streaming. But this was not here. This is literally something I asked for on Monday or Tuesday. I was like, wow, that'd sure be nice if you could actually tell how much time's left in the mission. And there was nothing there. And this, I swear to God, I've never seen this before in my life. So, This might have been added with the patch. Did they even patch it? Let's actually check real quick before I get ahead of myself. You can actually check to see when they patch the game. So they don't ninja shit on you. That's one of the reasons I know they can change stuff without patching the game. Let's see. Where are we on the balance sheet anyways? Oh, where we talked about burning resources. Surprise, added stuff. Joel, you don't want to add stuff that adds to power creep in the game because it not only weeds out people from joining the game early on, but then makes a huge balancing mess later on when you need to add stuff to the game. Don't do that, Joel. Don't do that, please. It seems cool and everything. You either add stuff that basically doesn't do anything, like 5% or 3%, or you add too much, and then later on it's going to make balancing a nightmare when you try to add new stuff that has to have like longer cooldowns or longer reloads, right? Then you just basically throw that stat out the window because you have stuff in the game that reduces it substantially, right? Either way, it's not where you want to go. Let's see. Oh, you have to be logged in, don't you? Oh, you don't. God damn it, Joel. And he's trolling and just launches it yesterday on 4th of July. I mean, it was actually a really good... If you're talking about timing, and like the majority of your player base is in the U.S., holiday is a good pick, regardless of 4th of July. Very 4th of July game, by the way. Congratulations. Also, you can see a little bit of an influx here based... Well, it might also be based on the patch, but it is a holiday weekend in the U.S., so... there's a lot of people that probably asked off on for Friday as well. So they got a 4-day weekend. I like how fucking SteamDB literally has a... This is the Sony controversy, by the way. They call it the count linking shenanigans. Yeah. They actually have a mark on their graph for the count linking shenanigans. That's great. Yeah, there's a... anyways, that's not what we're looking for. I believe it's under packages? No. Depots. There we go. So did they patch it this week? Yes, they did. So here, you guys, if you're kind of curious about this, you can look in here at depots and you can see the public release branch is what we're currently on. This is a lot like GitHub, but they also have private branches here. These are probably developers, and this is like a development branch that they're working on. So this is stuff that we can't access because you need special privileges to actually do it. But if you look at right here, you can see the public one. So 2 days ago, they did actually have a patch. So this is something that they didn't have planned in the game, is my guess. They just pushed it. But none of these features, by the way, none of the stuff that they added here is like make or break the bank. It's not like, oh my god, these are huge upgrades. It's basically something we talked about on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, which was based around the most recent entries on the Rebalance guide are based around essentially the community and negative outcry when people were talking about how they lost 90% of the player base. A couple things popped up. One is there's no progression, and I mentioned before, there's a lot of people that advocate for like Destiny or stat-based progression. I'm highly against that based on the kind of game this is. You want to go play Vermintide? You can play Vermintide. I don't think this is Vermintide. It's one of the cool things about this game is it's more skill-based as opposed to stat-based, where you just grind out pieces of gear. So who just plays longer and you just grind gear and that's it, right? Borderlands or whatever. But we talked about different types of progression, and the kind of progression that I came up with, challenge-based progression, which instead of something like adding stats, you instead have ever-increasing tiers of difficulty, which the game should already have, but it doesn't. We're all stuck in Diff 9, and everyone feels entitled to play on Diff 9, and now everyone feels as though 9 is the baseline for the game, and they try to get shit nerfed when it's too strong. Instead of turning down the difficulty, they try to play on the hardest difficulty and then complain about it on Reddit. Either way, challenge progression would be like, keys for WoW, right? So just ever-increasing difficulty. There's a lot of ways they could do that. Hopefully it'll be in a more fun way as opposed to just getting one-tapped by enemies, because that will just get really old really fast and probably lead to things like just using shield packs constantly so you don't get one-tapped, because shield packs have unique variables to them. Either way, but constantly increasing difficulty is actually very important for this game, so you can actually, have fun, right? And so people like myself can actually stretch their legs in the game. But that currently does not exist in the game, and it's led to a scenario where everyone's not playing on Diff 9, but Yeah, so elapsed time on surface, this is kind of a segue here, guys, back to what we were talking about earlier, recirculating. Elapsed time on surface is time my guess is on the surface, not time the beacon has been on the surface. So I originally read this because we looked at the SOS as the time the beacon's been placed down for, but instead this is actually just time they're on the surface, I guess. I would have preferred time remaining, but I guess it's just a different way of doing the same thing. Joel's agreeing with me without agreeing with me. Thanks, Joel. Mine's better, though. Yeah, so this isn't... I thought originally this was SOS, but all of these have it now. It's assumingly... Because these are non-blinking, and they have to elapse time on surface, so this is time that they've been down. It's not clear right away that these are SOS, but I'm very certain these are SOS. It doesn't say SOS either, does it? It should have like an SOS or something. It doesn't say anything like that to confirm that it is. I just assume these are SOS, because they're, you know, pinging, and what else would ping besides SOS, right? Well, that's nice. This is definitely new. So this is basically the same thing as time left, but instead it is time they've been there instead. So if you want to calculate the time left, you just, you know, take the time on the surface minus mission time. And I guess you have time left then. Well, there's that, guys. Anyways, that's cool, by the way. So they might have, I guess they patched it on Wednesday? Or Thursday, patched it on Thursday or Wednesday, whatever the holiday is. Or whenever. I think they released the patch yesterday. I didn't stream, I got back late, and I was just, I could have strummed for like 2 minutes, or excuse me, 2 hours, and I would have been done, so. I was like, well, whatever, fuck it. We'll just wait till today anyways. I got a lot to cover, talk about. I don't even know how much I want to do that. I kind of want to play the game too. But, hey look guys, there is now time remaining. Or, excuse me. Time that they are in mission. There's mission time, not time remaining. Uh-huh. Well, there's that. Yeah, so out of all these guys, I want to say like the AoE radius on the orbitals is probably the biggest upgrade here, but 380s suck a lot. Or walking sucks, which we, by the way, we have all different ways of fixing all this in the rebalance guide. Walking sucks as well. Precision also is not that great. You're like, wow, they buffed it. Yeah, they did buff it, but it still sucks compared to a 500 kg a lot. Still sucks a lot. If they drop the reload to 40 seconds on the orbital precision strike and possibly completely remove the call-in time, so it's just instant. Still travel time, obviously, but instant call-in, it still wouldn't be a direct replacement for 500 kg. You get 2 500 kgs every 2 minutes, and you get precision strike every 70 seconds. If it's 40 seconds, it would be 3 precisions every 2 minutes. But even if you do that, you go, wow, 3 is greater than 2. You have to consider the fact that you can bank 500 kgs. 500 kgs can be used for cloud clear in a pinch, and you can kill multiple big units like Bile Titans with 500 kgs in one shot. That's not something you can do with precision strikes. So yeah, like it makes a lot more sense. Like we talk a lot about the Eagle economy a lot in this game, because I think Eagle airstrikes are a pretty good balanced form of stratagem. Power, time, skill to use them, what you're doing with them, and maybe even like a little bit of a skill ceiling if you start doing parallel airstrikes from my channel. If you start doing parallel airstrikes and you start cutting units into like the effective radius of it, if you can visualize it in your mind, you can start making a lot of use out of it. But precision strikes, even though they dropped it, it's still just not nearly as good. It's just not. It's a small little explosion. While it can kill a Bile Titan, it's just a 500 kg can also basically kill a Bile Titan. Most I've killed with 500 kg is 5 Bile Titans. So you can't do that with a precision strike, and can routinely do 2 to 3. So 5 is maybe far-fetched, but you can definitely do 2 to 3 if you set things up. The first Descendant is the blandest grinding game ever. The enemies are brain dead. Yep. It's basically a Destiny or Warframe clone, and I'd say more Warframe-ish than Destiny. But it's basically what's trending right now. People are just playing it because it's the new thing, and because this game, there's a lot of copycats or Me Too's when something happens where people are like, this game trended hard, therefore this other game is also going to trend hard, right? And even if you guys heard about the announcement for Battlefield, there's now the new Battlefield Zombies. Zombie games are, like Last Stand Horde games are something that's not new, right? They've been around for a while. It is difficult to make an extremely good Last Stand game, and I've played all different sorts over the years because they've existed for a long time. And the most basic form is when like I mentioned before, I play with my friends, like co-op, like StarCraft or Age of Empires, and you set the fucking computers for the hardest difficulty, and you literally playing against cheating AI that literally just like tries to shit on you, all like shit down your face. Yeah. Well, it might sound like, oh, they're easy, and sometimes you can figure out ways to game them for sure. It turns into a game that's not really the intended original game. It's because the enemies are so buffed and you have to basically form a hardy defense and ways of working around incoming enemy waves to actually deal with essentially the gigantic amount of enemy forces you're dealing with. It's basically the same thing as a Horde game. But yeah, like Horde games have been around for a while. And Destiny, you could even argue, is a Horde game, right? But it's not really. It's more of an MMO, but it's not even like I've never really been interested in playing Destiny. It's basically straightforward, just go in DPS. I was watching people play the Descendant earlier today, and they just literally just stand around. You don't even need to fucking move. It's worse than World of Warcraft in terms of boss mechanics. Yeah, it's I'd say kind of Warframe, but not. Warframe has a lot of really cool shit in it. I haven't really been invested in ever playing it, mainly because Warframe is a extremely in-depth game in terms of time commitment, and I'm not willing to do that. Like Eve, it is very, very difficult to do with it. It's one of the things that I think. This is why I mentioned before that Arrowhead, like Joel, should stay away from the progression-based button, the stat button, that they keep trying to push here. Like this guy? Or is it? Why they need to stay away from the stat button? Because you start doing this, and it starts turning to Warframe or Grind'em, and that's not, like, I like the skill aspect of this game where it's actually something where if you drop it, assuming if you have stratagems, by the way, if you're too low of level, it's not even about skill anymore, it's about the fact that you literally have 5 stratagems to pick from, and none of them are good. So, like, you're around, let's say, diff 15. You can drop into Helldive around diff 15 and do as good as the rest of them, for the most part, right? So, it's not limited by you grinding out the latest tier, the latest season's gear, and go through all the mythics and get the pickup gear and whatever to the catch-up mechanics, catch-up gear, which they'll eventually, by the way, need to add catch-up mechanics here if they continue down this road, which is something you eventually have to look at. But if you are someone that's brand new to this game, you can get almost the same experience that I have as someone that's spent an inordinate amount of time playing this game. It makes it, while it is user-friendly in terms of accessible, as in people can pick up the game and play when they want and not feel as though they're left behind, at the same time, it's not going to also make you super amazing at the game. Some people want this game to just be Destiny. They want it to just be so you are good because you played a lot of this game, and I don't think that's the way it should work at all. You should be able to pick it up with your friends and let you get drugged around into Helldive, and if you're skilled enough, actually be able to perform as well as them, or maybe even better than them, because that's what the game's about. It's about your ability to perform in the game itself under extreme pressure, as opposed to, hey, look, you've just played for 500 hours now, you have the best gear in the game, and now you're just, like, unstoppable for the most part, till they add another difficulty, and then the gear escalator. Gear escalator is a term in which you basically grind gear over and over again. They raise the difficulty, gear goes up, then you outstrip the difficulty, they raise the difficulty, you outstrip the difficulty, you raise the difficulty, you outstrip the difficulty, and then you just keep going up like that. It is... MMOs do it all the time. It's basically the mechanics for MMOs. And I don't think... There aren't many games in which you can have kind of progression in them, but at the same time, not having progression in terms of just spending time playing them, right? In this, as I suggested with challenge difficulty, which would basically allow you to basically perform even more and get like rewards that aren't necessarily something that will help you on the game, such as cosmetics, titles. Titles in the game right now, guys, are literally based on the time you play. It's why I don't have a title equipped, because it's literally just, hey, look, I've ground this level, and that's it. And that's your title, right? It's not based on achievements, and a lot of achievements in games, by the way, aren't even based on skill. They're based on just doing something unique, and that's not really, like, I'd prefer skill-based achievements or skill-based titles, or, things that are based around you beating certain difficulties in the game then becomes a status symbol when people see you. So they know that you're Colonel Brack, right? Yeah, power creep. I mean, we talked about power creep earlier. Maybe you weren't here. Yeah, and power creep is with stat-based gear escalation. It's not really, and eventually that gets high enough where then they have to do stat squish, which they did in like World of Warcraft. I think they've done a couple of stat squishes in World of Warcraft. This game gets so bloated, you have to squish it back down, which is what we're talking about with this right here, is if they keep doing it, and if the additions are meaningful, as in if this was 5% isn't a lot, right? It's not a lot because this is a filler item. It's not really something they intended on changing the game drastically, which also makes it kind of bad. But if they keep doing this, they add 5% every month or maybe every other month, it would start adding up to a lot in 6 months, right? 6 months, maybe a year from now, when people then have, what would that be, 30% additional stratagem calling? That's a lot. That's a lot. So it didn't start out that way, but it turns into that through power creep. Yeah. And that's once again why I suggested different ways of adding progression to the game without adding power creep, because in a skill-based game, skill-based progression should actually be where you want to be. So it's about playing to diff 30 or diff 19 or something, right? Getting up there, and even then there might be difficulties that you can't even achieve it. It's just not possible until things change, or like you're maybe getting lucky a little bit. And we talked about ways that you can burn resources, such as temporary power bonuses, so something you can't keep, but it's something you can burn temporarily to help you out. There's a lot of cool shit you can do that isn't just based around, because this is permanent. That 5% rate there is permanent, and while it seems like a small amount, because it is, if they keep adding it, it's going to turn into a lot. So something you want to stay away from. Some of these aren't power creepish, as in like this one. This is a quality of life. I like shit like this. So this right here is a quality of life thing. I hope they add better ways of actually doing this, so you can actually set up more of an RTS aspect to the game, as opposed to just marking stuff, which might be a shit show. With like a laser pointer or something where you can actually like flip down into the RTS map and plop a point somewhere, right? As opposed to marking mechanic, which is often used for informational purposes instead of marking for turrets. But this is a good thing. This is not something, by the way, that's going to be like, oh my god, I need this. Is this something that's cool? Yeah. There's a lot of cool stuff you can add to the game, and you can just add it as stratagems. A lot of quality of life stuff on the Rebalance Guide is stuff that you don't need to just straight up add to the game. You could add it as modules and make people unlock it, as like the Predator Vision modes, which we talked about, right? They can unlock it and add it. And then you add it as a ship module. So it's something that isn't necessarily like something you need, but it's something you want to have, right? But here, and this is just kind of I don't even know if this is a quality of life. This is just kind of like, hey, look, they did something that kind of matters, but not really. Is it going to save you sometimes? Probably. Is it going to matter? Not really. So this is something that, it's like, okay, yeah, all right. But I think the call-in timer is actually part of what made support weapon, or just, it's a unique part of the game that probably should just still be there, but it isn't now. This, yeah. It's 5%. This is kind of interesting. Like I said, this is kind of a cool one. However, 10% isn't enough, but if you had more than that, it might be too much. I think this should almost be like 25. This is obviously one that you can't add multiple. Hopefully, they won't add multiples of this perk, right? It makes sense if you reload and you have some ammo left, but we talked ways you can already start gaming this based on the kind of loads, and if you're using something like a cluster bomb and 500 kgs, you send it back missing the 2 500 kgs, and 4 of the 5 cluster bombs are being used, because of the amount of time it takes for regenning basically 5 cluster bombs, which is 5 cluster bombs over 2 minutes, you could use up to 2 500 kgs, which are arguably the more important stratagem, and then you get basically value out of it. But that also gives people a little bit of min-maxing that they can do potentially as well, which is something people like, because it gives them autonomy. It makes them feel as though they have control over the game, right? So maybe even 25% would still be all right, but then people are going to try to game it, like running cluster bombs and then 4 or 5 cluster bombs used and send it back, and you get 25% reload bonus for your 200 kgs and the rest of your cluster bombs, and that's pretty high. So, and then we talked about ways of prorating this, which also would get kind of messy. Well, this is actually a really cool one, and apparently this was suggested on Reddit. That's actually pretty neat. I hope they, like I said, this should be like maybe 25. This, I don't know. I hope that at some point here they're going to have to look at these again, which are on the rebalance sheet. 10% can actually be a lot with a bigger radii, simply because the radius gets like exponentially. It's not exponential, but when you talk about the real world implications of a radius and like the radii on the side here, you make it bigger, the volume or the area that it covers is much bigger. So in real world terms, if you have an already big radius and you add an additional 10% to that radius, it gets like this, right? It gets a lot bigger. Even though it's only 10% on the radii itself, or diameter, depending on how they want to do it, even if it's only 10% on the radii or diameter, the volume or the area that it covers, it actually just covers it's a much bigger radius. So I don't know, is it going to make a difference? Probably not. I'm probably just over talking it, but it's just in theory, this could actually be a big deal. So another one of the things where you don't want to, can turn into power creep and stat padding here. This isn't something you want. Something that's easy, by the way. Don't get me wrong. These are easy things you can come up with as a developer, but they're paid big money. They don't pay me big money, so they're paying someone big money to do this, right? And they can do better than 10% for reload. This is a no-brainer, something that you'd add to Destiny or some shit. So. Warframe is 100 times better, has 10 years of refinement. Yeah, you're talking versus Descendant? Yeah. Yep. And like I said, I think a lot of it has to do with the fact the game's new, and it's just something that's copy-pasting the strategy or blueprint that's already in the gaming industry, which is Warframe and maybe Destiny, depending on how you want to look at the game. Yeah. Would be nice to see distance to marker along with azimuth on compass heading. I don't know what azimuth is. A distance on markers, sure. We talked a bit before, like in terms of Battlefield, like it's not on the guide, but in terms of the heads-up display, when you look at players, for instance, other games like let's take Battlefield for instance, when you look towards players, how bright they are in terms of their opacity will be determined on how close they are to you. In Helldivers 2, that's not it at all. Not only that, when you look towards people, then it prints out their name, and it totally gets in the way of where you're trying to aim, which is obnoxious, by the way. We've talked about this before, and I've chastised Joel. I've chastised Joel multiple times on where I'm like, hey, Joel, it would be nice if I could actually see the unit because I got a giant block of text on top of the unit and I can't see what I'm aiming at. You know, one of those things, right? Or they could make it where you look towards, you look towards a TAG and it'll become opaque or just disappear when you look directly at it, right? Distance markers are also kind of nice, especially in a game that's more military related. Also kind of nice too. Azimuth is a degree heading. Okay. I mean, I'm not going to do... There's a lot... You'll see streamers do stuff like that, but I don't think anyone's ever usually makes call-outs like that. You'll more than likely flip open the map and look to see where people are, and then look to see where a ping is by spinning, as opposed to just looking at the compass. But there's a lot of people that are really, really into the numbers, the number heading on the compass, and I don't think I've ever used it. Like, you'll do like northwest. I don't think I even done what is called like the sub version of it, where you like northwest, or southwest, southeast. But yeah, I guess they could do that. Like you're talking like milsim stuff, like EFT or Arma, where they have that. Like, would I care that much? No. Do I think they need to do it? No. Could they do it? Sure. But there's a lot of things that would be nice for the game, though. And making the fucking tags disappear, though. That wasn't what you're talking about. But making tags, like when you're looking directly at a tag, it disappears instead of becoming more less opaque when you're looking at it, because the game thinks you want to see the person's name when in fact you want to shoot. Usually you want to shoot at a target, right? The fucking tag covers up the target. I mean, you could make the tags draw behind the targets too, as in terms of how they're displayed on your screen. Like if there's enemies in front of it, it just displays the enemy instead of the tag, right? Is there any case in which that would be bad? Not really, because you'd still see the name, right? But would be covered up by the enemy. Either way, let's see. New interesting stuff here. Which am I interested in upgrading first? None of them. I mean, we're gonna do all of them obviously because I play the game. Is there any that I'm like, wow, I really want this? Not really. This is kind of nice. Once again, when you like say, wow, 12 seconds, it kind of seems like a lot, but in actuality, 10% is not going to really make much of a difference. I use eagles all the time. I'm just kind of more curious about this. I don't think it's going to make a difference, though. Mainly because all these suck. We'll just get the Eagle one. And I do occasionally send them back with reloads. What do we got? Yeah, anything? I don't know. If it added something, I don't know what it is, guys. There's something here somewhere. Maybe. Ah, interesting. Oh, well, let's see. Let's go take a look at the Reddits, guys, see what the kids are bitching about. Basically, I haven't covered the Reddits at all in like 2 days here. After that one guy, we saw basically post something straight from my stream. As it turns out, I'm not the first person to suggest, a belt-fed HMG. There's a guy that suggested it in March, I believe, after it came out. Yeah, I actually Googled it. I'm sure that we're going to have a shitload of messages unrelated to that. But March 15th by Kemptis. At least that's what Google gave me. Oh, is there another one? No, that's Stalwart. No, that wasn't him. Where is it? No, it's 2 months ago by Star Chief. There we go. I think that's the first entry I've seen of it. There's a guy on March 2nd just asking for a backpack for everything. Needs to be some differentiation between the machine guns. Stalwart, by the way, actually really just sucks. I'm still trying to figure out why exactly it doesn't work for, like, legging, and I'm pretty sure it's, it has, like, 0 armor pen. Like, not even light, it's just, like, 0 armor pen. Oh! The HMG needs a backpack feed system, April. That's after March. Okay. There's a lot of posts. We've definitely heard about the backpack-fed minigun before, which is actually a thing in real life. You guys know about the Vietnam era Minigun pack. What is it called? The 6-pack? M134. No, that's the one that's actually on a... Maybe there's a variant of it? There's actually one in real life. Immediately post to references to Reddit and Helldivers 2. It's made by GE. E6-pack. GE used to make a lot of shit, guys. You know, they don't just make washing machines. They probably do now, but they used to make a shitload of stuff just like IBM used to. Into a man-portable system known as the GE 6-pack. Weighed 85 pounds with 1,000 rounds of ammo comparable in weight to some heavy machine guns. Carried by a 2-man team. The 6-pack consisted of XM214, the power module, and the ammunition module consisted of 2 500 rounds factory packed into and disposable cassettes mounted to a holding rack. Battery would be depleted after 3,000 rounds. Probably a lot less than that because it's nickel cadmium. Nickel cadmium is pretty shit. But nowadays we have lithium, so, you know. It could be broken down to 2 portable loads, roughly 42 pounds. Yeah, GE. It's kind of weird how it works, but GE made a lot of fucking weird shit like Boeing did. Prior to Boeing become the abomination that they are today. Boeing used to be a respectable name in the air industry, and now they're just... now they're lawsuits. And fucking doors flying off of them. Yeah. They basically replaced their company with people, bean counters, or MBAs. Basically people trying to maximize profits, and it really destroyed the company. But yeah, General Electric used to make a lot of things. They brought you the toaster, they brought you the fucking heater, they brought you the washing machine, and they brought you the XM214 mini microgun. Yeah. Yep. It's one of those big companies. IBM's also another one of those that actually just kind of had a lot of hands. Bell's another one, by the way, if you ever heard about the Bells and the Baby Bells. So back before Telcom got broken up because they became a giant conglomerate. The Bells actually is responsible for a lot of different things. They have a lot of research laboratories too. You can still find like things like poison made by Bell Laboratories, which is from Telcom. Yeah. Some of the stuff is actually kind of like, it's kind of cool because it shows you kind of like the industry complex of the U.S., but at the same time, it doesn't really exist anymore. Like IBM's kind of like one of the last versions of that just kind of was a giant conglomerate that just kind of, just went to shit. IBM's still kind of respectable though, but they had a lot of different research products, a lot of different things that they worked on, and then they just kind of went to shit. General Electric, a lot of different things. Yeah, brought you the toaster and the microgun. GE. Straight out of Fallout. Yeah, where do you think Fallout probably got their ideas from? Yeah, because they do exist in real life. It's just Not even today. General Electric has a lot of... Yeah, they did a lot of different things. They did motors as well. What's another one that does that? Like Mitsubishi has a big giant company, obviously Japan. Some of the car companies. Yeah. Mitsubishi's one of them. Not so much in other industries, but Samsung, for instance, isn't just making TVs. They make memory. They make hard drives. They do a lot of different things, but that's mainly tech related. GE is all over the place, like literally everywhere. Run by aliens. Don't worry about it, guys. It's just run by aliens. Trying to bootstrap our economy and industry, right? .762, that's obviously would be even worse than that to carry around. This is a 5.56. You have a nice picture? I'm pretty sure I've seen a picture of this. Chip-mounted version of it. Maybe they don't have a prototype anymore. Where a lot of games get their inspiration from, too. There's a lot of really weird, quirky military hardware that just never really made it big. Gotta make sure I don't show you guys some Rule 34 microgun porn, so... I don't think a lot of these are even... Look at this. Why is this here? Why is this here, guys? This is why I had to filter my screen. Why is that there? I don't know. I thought there might be some photos of the prototype, but... Oh. This might be a remake. It looks too new. Made by the good folks at GE, General Electric. By the folks at GE, the good folks at GE, brought you the toaster, brought you the washing machine, and soon to be the XM134 microgun. Fucking hilarious. It's exactly like Fallout. This is a generic photo on the Wikipedia entry. No prototype photos? People had cameras back there. What are they doing? Good stuff. Alright. But yeah, like belt-fed miniguns are actually... Oh, it was in Rambo, wasn't it? I believe he had a minigun based on... Maybe? No, maybe he's just carrying an MG-134. Alright, I saw him carrying a... Maybe it was a Terminator. Is that it? Ah, yes, Terminator. There we go. It was Arnold. I was misconstruing it with Rambo. It was Arnold in Terminator. There you go. Yeah. I was just... a time crossing. In Rambo, he was carrying a MG-134. It's the one with the distinct handles on it. There you go, guys. So that, based on the GE minigun. That's hilarious. Classic movies, guys. Now, you think they're shitty until you realize they're actually better than a lot of modern movies are, and for many different ways. Yeah. Good old classic action movies. Yeah, no one could top Arnold. At least in that regard. Let's see. So We aren't going to cover a whole lot here, guys. Let's just quickly take a look at the Reddits here. I want to play some games tonight. We do have plenty of entries here. These are just stuff that's here. This Logi Runners is going to take a lot of time, and I really don't feel like filling one out tonight. Logi Runners is going to take some explaining. And it's also a very cool concept, by the way, which we talked about on stream. But we'll wait to add that into the spreadsheet. Let's see. Probably got a bunch of hate mail on Reddit from that one message. Yeah. Oh, apparently there's some bugs with superior packing methodology based on who actually owns. So it's based on who's hosting the game. Yeah. From what I read, it's actually who gets the bonus is based on who hosts. I don't understand that at all, but yeah, superior packing methodology is where you basically get ammo. I mean, to be fair, depending on how it's packed in the ship, only the host, so the ship that you're in, is actually going to have the upgrade, which actually matters, right? Is that how people want it to work? No. Is there actually some logic to how that works? Yes, right? There's some intricate twists and turns surrounding this, but we're hoping this may help some things a little clearer. Help make some things a little clearer. First, most of the questions are in regards. Oh, let's get Charles in here. This is a long one.
A subreddit dedicated to 8. Firstly, most of the questions are in regards to how SPM is supposed to work, what our intent is. Few seem to have any major concerns with it per se. You simply want to know what's what and that it's actually working, which is perfectly understandable. SPM is indeed working as intended. There's one minor bug mentioned below. There are a few things we're considering tweaking that might improve the experience with it, but overall, it's working as it should. Here's a short Q&A. Please holler with any follow-up questions or clarification. I'm leaving for vacation later today, Friday, July 5th. Q. Question. Is the SPM supposed to affect supply boxes and how? Does it depend on whether the person with a backpack has SPM unlocked or not? Answer. As it stands right now, SPM only affects boxes from the resupply stratagem, not the supply backpack and not the random ammo boxes you find on the map. This is how it's intended to work. We're considering making SPM affecting the supply backpack as well, but currently it doesn't. Explain how SPM works for the host versus for the other players in a team. If the host has unlocked SPM, the entire team gets access to it, correct? If the host doesn't have it, it doesn't matter if anyone else in the team does, it won't apply anyway.
This is really weird,
correct?
By the way.
If the player who summoned the resupply stratagem has purchased SPM, this supply rack will restore full ammo for everyone who uses them, picks them up, because when you request a resupply stratagem, it's sent down from your ship. There should be no difference if you're the host or not, as far as we know.
So, it's based on who calls in the stratagem. What people would think, the way that this works, which in actuality, if you logic it out, it doesn't make sense, is that if you have it, you get the bonus from it, right? That's what you'd assume. If you have it, you get the bonus from it. And there's a little weird quirks and nuances here, which is the fact that if someone doesn't have a perk like this, which matters, I'd say, a decent amount, people would be inclined to kick them, right? They'd be inclined to cherry pick their group that actually requires people to have certain perks, which is one of the reasons that you'd actually want it to just be on a per person basis, regardless of the fact that logically it doesn't make sense because someone else could call it in and then you get full backpacks, right? I mean, logically it still doesn't make sense because the supply packs are still the same size, so maybe they're, caring a little bit too much about who actually has who called it in versus, the actual functionality of the perk in the game itself. Most people would expect if you have the perk, you just get the bonus regardless of who calls it in and regardless of anything else in the game because it's just something you unlocked, right? But in actuality, it looks like it's whoever calls in the resupply, but then that leaves room for people min-maxing by kicking people that don't have perks, right? Although there's really no way to actually... I mean, you could weed out who is actually calling it in. That'd be a painful process, but you could.
Peter, recently, the recoilless rifle and the spear increased the number of rockets from 2 to 3. That was reverted with one of the latest 2 hotfixes. Was this intended or is it a bug? No, the R and spear revert isn't intentional. We didn't know about it. If we did, we would have mentioned it in the patch notes. We'll take a look at this.
Okay.
Thanks.
No problem.
The flamethrower and HMG get all their spare magazines back from one supply box from the supply pack, while the stalwart and MG get 2/3. However, the stalwart and MG get 3/3 mags back with SPM unlocked. We think it's fine that some support weapons restore full ammo by default, even without SPM. We can always adjust if there's something we and a lot of players feel is off, but for now, we feel this makes sense.
Stalwart and MG aren't actually all that strong of weapons in the first place and probably should just get full mags back just simply by using it. But my guess is they actually just overlooked it and they didn't realize that it's something that's legacy. There's a lot of stuff in the game where they just kind of overlook stuff and then they don't adjust it. And then you figure it out later on. And that's probably one of them.
Q. I know there's a discussion about making a better visual distinction between default and upgraded boxes to easier be able to tell them apart. Could you tell us a little more about that? Yes, having them stand out from one another is a must. We'll try to push this through as quickly as possible.
You should also be able to see where resupplies drop on the map as well as weapons drop without being out of their container. Resupplies don't even show up even after they drop out of the container. And that's actually really important because you need to know where they are to save your life. Literally, to save your life. And unfortunately, they don't actually do that. And they really should do that. I'm not the first person to suggest that. One of the first people to suggest that in the canisters they should show up because people even in the thread where someone suggested that didn't know that they don't show up inside the canisters. Because they don't. And I've suggested resupplies. I am actually the first person to suggest resupplies that I know of. So suggested resupplies should show up in the container and outside the container, as well as weapons only show up on the ground. They don't show up when they're in the container. Thinking about that now. But they still haven't done that, which is kind of lackluster. Straight out, so the question marks, we've been overwhelmed by the interest in the SPM. It's mainly people want to figure out how the mechanic works so they can actually use the game mechanic. I don't think that's, I don't think people trying to figure out how something works in your game so that they can use it is actually outside the scope of what you would expect people to ask about your upgrade. We know that it's off the charts and we love it. Yep. The real Twinbeard, not to be confused with the other Twinbeard, or the real Twinbeard, which is probably another username. You had to dig for that one. Yep. Twinbeard got pushed up in his ranks after the Sony controversy. Yeah, metal was tested and Twinbeard arrived at the top, guys. He was able to smile and wave. Just smile and wave, guys, when everything's burning. And your job is just to smile and wave. You got to keep smiling and waving. And everything's burning around you. People want to set you on fire. Just smile and wave. That's your job. Customer service representatives or public managers or people that are managing the appearance of the company. That is their job, is just to smile and wave, which we talked about a couple different times, especially when the Sony controversy was happening, because some other CSRs kind of melted down, and he didn't, which is, a good thing, right? Feels kind of bad to have a team-wide punishment or reward depending on whether or not a newbie calls in the supplies. Even from a lore standpoint, it's the same cooldown no matter who calls it and comes down and the upgrade ship is one available. Yeah. We're monitoring such sentiment. So, logically, like I mentioned before, logically it makes sense that the ship that calls it down that has the upgrade would actually contribute the upgrade to it. But at the same time, it doesn't. Arguably, in this case, if someone in the group has the upgrade regardless of who it is, if they call it down, it should fire from the other ship that has the upgrade. So, logically, it does make sense. We'll actually add that to it's 20 hours ago. There we go. Oh my god, Massive! Thanks for the support, dude. I appreciate it. Currently in the podcast right now. Unless Kick changed my category. They like doing that sometimes. No, we're still in just chatting. Appreciate it, bro. And feel free to lurk away. Or not. By the way, I don't think this matters. You're not actually seeing where it literally launches from nothing in the sky. So, arguing that it launches from someone's ship at the end of the day, you know, kind of disappears into nothingness when you realize basically everything launches from nothing in space. Usually it launches from nothing in space. Launches from the ship that has the upgrade. It's all shared anyways. It doesn't matter. The resources aren't per ship basis, right? Everyone doesn't have their own cooldown for resupply. It's a shared cooldown, which means it's some sort of community stratagem anyways. Commando armor might need to be nerfed. We talked about this before. Commando buffs actually seems like it might be too strong to the point at which the other perks don't even seem to matter. I haven't been taking Commando because I can manage recoil pretty well, but there's clearly some people that are just running Commando armor now because the buff is so strong, basically like autocannon has no recoil for the most part. And it's probably not where you want to be. Well, not no recoil, but it's very much reduced. We might have to look at that in the future. Aha! To everyone's dismay. If something becomes meta, it usually means it's way too good. Or, in the case of the Incinerator Breaker, it's just something that's on someone's tier list that said it was fucking amazing as shit. And, like, by the way, the Incinerator Breaker, if you don't paint with it, which means shooting multiple targets to get a multiple dot effect going on, it's not really even better than the normal Breaker. I would say it's not even better than normal Breaker. It's just it was basically perpetuated by an influencer on someone's tier list, and it caught on in the community. I've used Incinerator Breaker, but I don't generally use it most of the time because there's other things I enjoy using instead, and it's not really even that great. It's good. It's not super amazing. It's not S tier. It's not the Eruptor. The Eruptor was absolutely broken. And don't let Reddit Don't let the Reddit elitists, the Ruptor elitists on there tell you otherwise. The normies, the casual players found their Ruptor, realized how good it was, and they just kept using it. So. Did you get nuked? Should have gotten nuked. What? Oh, you fuck. Well, there's that. Trying to adapt. We'll take care of that. Done. He's trying to fucking adapt. Hilarious. I have to be the only channel that's actually smart enough to set up is dealing with that too. All right. The upgrade, the stratagem literally can launch from someone else's ship. Let's see, these guys need limited rockets. No, this has been suggested before. So it turns out they do not. You can just kill them, as it turns out, so. Which is funny, because the developers will die on a hill for repackaging and launching from only certain ships, but at the same time they'll let the rocket devastators run around, right? With unlimited ammo. Next ship upgrade unlocked. Okay. I mentioned before they should add a bunch of cosmetics. There's an entire underdeck for the ship where they could actually add stuff to it. There's plenty of space. Forever. I think there's an indicator that the ship's getting too wide. There's actually no indication of how big the ship is in terms of scale, right? Because I think you see the drop pods outside, so there's actually some indication of scale, and you could potentially be able to figure out what exactly that means in terms of room size, right? Because you can see the drop pod come out, you see yourself get in the drop pod, so you have a sense of scale as opposed, comparably to the drop pod itself, which would give you a sense of scale to the person, and then you could use it to figure out the size of the ship. But I'm not going to do that. Recently, you should figure out what this is. We live in the Matrix, guys. Especially in game. Oh, it's a Dagu. This used to happen all the time when the game first launched. The Dagus would get stuck in the wall. What? I mean, you could kill it. That sucks. Once again, there's a lot of problems with the whole defensive mission in general, and this is just another indicator that is kind of just thrown together. Once again, if they could make it bigger, they could make the trough wider and multiple entry points, and then they can make it a fallback line where basically you lose different parts and you have to fall back to a newer line. Allow basically more engaging gameplay with multiple enemies, and you'd be able to cover a much wider battlefield as opposed to what's going on here, which is they tried to kind of make it like a little bit of a taller defense thing, but it's not big enough for not only the pathfinding, which is shit for the units, but the kind of units that are actually in their game, right? Bigger, wider, stronger. Multiple checkpoints. You could kill that guy. No, actually... Yeah, no, this guy's an autocannon, doesn't he? Yeah, he's an auto... He 100% could kill him. If he got on the ground, you could totally shoot the belly on it and kill it. I think that's a Dagu over there. You are dev, what would you nerf buff? I want to nerf this guy. No, the bugs are too easy. They don't need nerfs. Reddit doesn't need to get things nerfed, guys. You're surrounded by 10 plus of them. You got into the position in which you were surrounded by 10 plus of them. You can get better. Just a diff 9 and every bot was either a Rocket Devastator or Shield Devastator. I think you're full of shit, because I play plenty of diff 9s and that's not the case. Tuesday. It might have changed in the last couple days because I've been heavily complaining about the difficulty. Being too low. I'd buff Orbital EMS so it could stun Bile Titans and Factory Striders. Ooh. Yes. It's a good one. I didn't think of that. It's tough to buff EMS without them getting completely out of control, because they're a heavy crowd control mechanic, as they serve right now, so. Kind of funny, everyone's talking about nerfing the bugs. Buff the HMG, just a little bit more mag size. Belt-fed backpack. Not the first person suggested, however, but it also was not the guy that suggested it after basically I brought it up on my stream, basically 12 hours later. No, it was actually on the stream, well, before, I think it was last week we added it. We're talking about adding super stratagems as a way of burning resources, and I mentioned probably one of the earliest candidates for a super stratagem would be actually mechs, because mechs are actually rather lackluster right now, and they could actually use with the power bonus, especially if you get a single-use mech. You can make it a lot stronger, and have it be something where you burn a shitload of resources, but you get a really cool thing for, like, you know, like in terms of the overall game itself, guys, if you get a buff for a single mission, I've played thousands of missions at this point. Getting thousands of missions? Definitely hundreds of missions at this point. Getting like a single upgraded mech for one mission wouldn't break the bank. It wouldn't literally ruin the game. Having upgraded mechs for the entire game, however, forever, which is the case with permanent upgrades, could definitely be a huge detriment. Which we talked about resource economy here, especially for super stratagems. So things that are temporary power boosts that you only occasionally get. Sounds, I mean, that's not a nerf, that's just quality of life. I think that has a lot to do, we talked about this before, I think it is the lack of sound cues, putting aside the fact that some enemies don't have them. The burrow, I don't think, has a sound cue yet. Has a lot to do with the mixing in the game, and some sounds do not take priority over other sounds, even though they should, depending on the severity of them. That comes from basically the game engine probably only supporting like 16 max channels, which is the number of simultaneous sounds that can be playing at the same instance. So you get a bunch of shit that's going on at the same time, and the game has to sort the sounds and decide which it plays. The sad thing, which is I want to talk about the sad thing, is back in the EAX days, so back in the creative days with hardware accelerated audio, they had 128 sound channels, so you never actually ran into the issue. But modern game engines actually went down. That's partially like Microsoft's fault and partially Creative's fault for killing off hardware accelerated audio. And they lost it. Headshot damage from the player. I don't think it's headshot damage as much as just random damage numbers. Some of the, like, they aren't consistent. Even when you get headshot and then you don't get headshot, or like it hits your head versus not hitting your head, the damage that they do is extremely all over the place. It's not always the same. There's a lot of mutators to mobs. Buff scavengers. I think scavengers are the beetles? I don't know what scavengers are. Joel's ability to wage war and Alexis's ability to move his hands. Oh, that's good. Oh, you know what, guys? I have something interesting I saw in my news feed to show you guys. Oh, because I got some ample time to actually look at stuff outside the game. I saw a post. We talked about this on Monday. Was it Monday? Maybe Sunday. When I was streaming. And I was like... Actually, I think we talked about it a couple times here. But I was like... You know, so orbitals, generally, orbital scatter only affects small stratagems for the most part, right? Big ones, it doesn't even matter because they have such a huge radius, it doesn't matter at all. We were talking about the rail cannon. And I was like, what happens if it just randomly targets a mob, right? Yeah, like, instead of, with, like, the scatter, instead it just randomly targets mobs. And this popped up, which I think was on... I didn't even see this. This was on Tuesday, I think. On July 1st. So this is kind of interesting. So this is on... I've never seen this, guys. And, well, I saw it in someone else's stream and I thought it was a weird bug. However, I've never seen it myself. Which is where the rail... So the rail cannon works because you drop it, it's a targeting radius. And it targets the heaviest mob in the radius after, I think it's a second. And it actually, they've refined it where it would actually fire at a dead mob. Used to fire at dead mobs, but now it'll actually retarget to a newer mob if it dies while basically it's in the middle of firing. It'll actually focus a new mob and snap to it. But basically, if there's no enemies in the radius, it'll just like go to the center there. So like, there's a radius in which if the enemies are not inside of it, it won't target it. But the interesting thing here is where they said that right here. Right? It should be targeting the charger. How much you want to bet this guy has orbital scatter? The charger was clearly in the radius, by the way. And we know with scatter definitely prioritizes, it usually prioritizes killing the Helldiver. Barrage being a good example of that. If it can land on you, maybe like 20% of the time it'll land on your face. Yeah. Yeah. And I've never fucking seen this. It looks like it goes to maybe the hunter? Yeah, I've never seen it. So I'm pretty sure they added that. I don't know whether or not it's based off of our discussion last weekend, I think it was. Our discussion last weekend when we were talking about this. But kind of looks like the rail cannon's been tweaked a little bit. Let's see, scatter. Anyone mention scatter? Yeah, this was not a thing before. Did orbital scattering. Only modifier is striker patrols. Okay, bro. How much you want to bet it is literally scatter? How much you want to bet this is scatter? I've seen this on someone else's stream. However, I've only seen it basically one other time prior to this popping up was on someone else's stream. Because it's immediately noticeable because it always goes to the heavy scene, which in this case would be a charger, right? And I haven't really seen it bug out, like at all. Like sometimes if the unit, like it was right there by the way, it 100% would have went to the charger. There's no way. Like you threw it right there, it would have went to the charger. It literally looks like it is intentionally misaiming, which would be Joel at work. This is 100% Joel at work right here. This is a masterpiece. So it does affect larger stratagems, by the way. That, swear to God, that never used to be the case, because I've never fucking seen that happen. Occasionally, if a unit, like a bigger unit, let's say a charger, exits the radius where it fires, it'll actually go to a different unit that's actually inside the targeting radius in the first place. So if a unit, while it's firing, exits the radius, it'll actually just go to another unit that's smaller than it in the radius. The rail cannon's been around a long time, and that's not something I've seen at all. This definitely looks like an additional thing they added to the game, guys. This is a tweaked behavior. Yeah, that looks very intentional. It looks like it goes to the hunter, so it might not be trying to kill the Helldiver, but it just does. Because of the radius, how close he is to the... Yeah. Kills the big head, too. And the hunter. I can't tell if it's targeting the big head or the hunter. Not targeting him particularly, but it kills him anyways. So this is very likely scatter. Good job, Joel. Good job. Glad to see you guys are alive over there. Very certain this is scatter. He's saying it's not scatter. This is 100% fucking scatter. This guy's just trying to, you know, like, he's like, whoopsie doodle, it's not my fault sort of shit. Alright. Okay. Moving on, guys. We aren't going to add any new entries here tonight. I'm not going to deal with the bullshit on Reddit right now either, so we're just going to play some games. I want to get into games here. And start recouping some of my lost resources that we're spending on nothing. Stat squish, bad, guys. Or stat power creep is bad. In a game in which you want people to be able to dive in without actually having to grind out and have catch-up mechanics, and unless you intend on turning this into a progression-based game, stat progression-based game, you don't want to have like power creep in it. And some of the stuff they added are power creepy, so yeah. Either that or they're too small to even matter at this point. Let's see. Alrighty, guys. I'm going to go wash my coffee cup out and grab a soda. Well, let's see. We're going to play some bugs here. We're probably going to play bots all night if they're also still on easy mode. We'll have to see if Joel tried to change something as far as difficulty goes when I've been gone for the last 2 days. That That strategy retarget, by the way, I'm pretty sure is new. I'm very certain that's new. That's nothing I've seen before. And it's definitely 100% intentional. We're back, guys. And what Scatter's been around a long time, so if that was the case, we 100% would have seen plenty of posts bitching about that. We're back. Alrighty, guys. Oh. Let's play some mod. For you guys, it's black hole. Don't you worry. Oh, fuck me. Forgot to start my mobile stream. Heck yeah. Did she always used to have the shoulder pad thing on? I don't remember having a shoulder pad thing. That yellow thing? Like, it looks like they made a little bit of a cosmetic pass on her. She's always been kind of plain Jane, so it kind of makes a lot of sense. That she has a better looking uniform. I think she's changed it all.
You're doing democracy's work. If the Terminids had stayed on the Element 710 farms where they belonged,
Yeah.
all this bloodshed could have been avoided.
Emergency recruitment levels have swelled chief ranks to targeted numbers, reducing the training throughput requirements. In light of this change, the surviving emergency chief training facilities on Heath and Angel's Venture will be shut down and converted into recreational campgrounds for the Democratic Youth Scouts. Okay. Let's go play some bugs, and if they suck dick, we'll play some bots. I imagine they're gonna suck dick.
Where to enter the fray.
Rhea, Crooks, Neville. X-45 apparently has a possible space station on it, which would be kind of cool if they had a hub. I don't know if they're going to. It'd be kind of cool if the game had a hub in it. Which people are probably looking forward to. Hubs usually have stuff on them, though, so if there's a hub, and you can't actually, like, hubs normally have vendors, right? There's, like, nothing there. It's going to be kind of lackluster.
The bugs swarm across this planet. Choose where to make your stand.
Let's do a normal one instead of, Nuke the Nursery.
Initiating FTL jump to the Gautria system.
Gautria?
Jump complete.
Blitz? Do I want to do Blitz? Sure. Once again, while it does show the mission time on the normal map, it does not show the mission time here after you quick join. So, yeah. There is scatter. Can we make fun of anyone? Well, there's a railgun, which apparently the railgun is now affected by scatter, so yeah. Oh, that's good. Now, see, like, you can tell, by the way, you can tell that this is new. The scatter affecting railgun is new, because you can tell based on the number of people that take it. No one's taking small orbitals at all, right? Even though precision strike, I'd say, is relatively common, and barrage now is relatively common. Rail cannon, you will, like, you see pretty much every game, right? This one, they're clearly using it. So I'm pretty sure that's a new mechanic. I don't think it ever used to do that. Doop-a-doop-doo. Doop-a-doop-doop-doo.
Requesting advanced
Hey, bud.
weaponry!
No.
Dropping a pin, south, 200 meters.
By the way, even if it drops in, you can see the difference in supply boxes. It's not going to change anything because it'll already been dropped. It's just going to lead to a case where people are, and then see who drops in the wrong supply crate, so then they can fucking kick them.
New mag! How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Well,
Sending in an eagle!
hopefully we can get this guy to back off.
Have a taste of democracy!
Like that. Trolls? Ah, it's hunters.
What injury?
What? Oh my god, they're fucking roadblocking me? The cock block? Yeah?
Requesting air support!
Enhanced cock block.
You will never destroy our way of life!
Alright, let's see.
Dropping package!
My god, common samples. I 100% think we're gonna get stuck on... We're gonna get stuck on greens.
Sending in an eagle! Dropping package! Have a taste of democracy!
Peruga? Bro.
Package acquired! Dropping package!
The...
Package acquired! Dropping
Go
package!
this way? But, are you AFK?
Tagging map. North. 100 meters.
No. Must have been hosted by whoever disconnected.
Dropping package.
You can see the AFK mobs. That's because, pretty sure, caused by the peer-to-peer compute cluster. Whoever is hosting them DC'd, and they just turned off because of it.
Dropping package.
What? How are you still alive?
Dropping a pin. South, 200 meters.
Oh my god, simultaneous flight? Joel, are you tweaking behavior? That's actually one of our suggested, if that's actually intentional.
Get some!
1 minute remains. Destroyer departure imminent.
There. That should be long enough to get him. Okay. Oh, I was going for, probably should save that butt plug over here. Let's go grab this stutter. Joel's SSHing into my computer right now. It's a weekend, Joel. Shouldn't you be taking off?
Found something. Rare sample acquired. Orbital.
God. Stop that. What the fuck is that?
Calling down a support weapon.
Alright.
Rare sample acquired.
Excuse me. Yep.
Requesting air support.
We go right there.
Super destroyer
Hit it.
Leaving low orbit. Emergency extraction shuttle deployed.
Ah! Much better. I might be dragging along some stalkers here. But also fucked off too. Oh yeah. Wait, am I shiny now? Did Joel add goo to the game? No way.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Rare sample acquired.
The blood's shiny now, isn't it? Like has like a goo sheen to it. They enhanced the goo?
My life for super art.
Can't tell. We'll have to wait.
T-minus 1 minute.
My god. Good job, Patricks.
How'd you like the taste of
Still kind of disappointed in our units here, though.
reloading? For prosperity!
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Get some! Get some!
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Oh, just a bunch of smalls, guys.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Someone has a cluster launcher. I wonder what that is. Someone actually has a cluster launcher, an airburst launcher. Fucking hilarious.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates.
Not shooting literally down a corridor, guys. What we don't want the game to be.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
All right. Well, that was fun.
Dropping item.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. Victory was never in doubt.
I haven't played in 2 days, guys, so it could be entirely that my memory of the goo has been glossed over. And Mrs. Stalker Nest. How many samples do these guys get without me, guys? Let's find out. I think we got like 1 common and then the 6 super samples. Tell me what you got. Oh. Yeah. So once again, notice how we're going to get stuck on the greens? Yeah. Yeah. Even the oranges, like, you're like, well, the oranges are rare. Yeah, the greens, the amount of greens you need is exponentially higher than the oranges. It's 2 times as much, and they're 2 times as rare. I mean, the goo looks relatively the same here. And the planet looks slightly different, though.
You're back quickly. Well done. Welcome
It's there
aboard,
for like 2 minutes,
Helldiver.
guys. The bugs so far,
Has left squad.
meh. Let's go take a look at Nuke the Nursery. Apparently, by the way, they're talking about optimizing for DX12. A lot of people keep asking for DLSS too, which is fucking weird.
Welcome
Because
aboard,
DLSS, this game is
Helldiver.
almost completely CPU bound. DLSS is basically just something for if you're GPU bound. It doesn't, like, they just ask for like some sort of magic creating thing in games because it works in other games. Here's a linear relationship. So maybe it was just the one I was looking at. Can't see costs if you upgrade. I was wrong. I swear to God, one of these had 500 and 250. Maybe it was the one that I just did. No, maybe I'm full of shit. I swear I saw one of those 500, 250. Fucking with me. Joel's fucking with me again, guys. No way. Another indicator. After, like Eve, and eventually that gets high enough where then they have to do, and like, fucking computer. If it's surface, the SOS traditional RTS element that allows you to put it on top of stuff and get a better angle, which this sounds OP until 1, 2, 3. This was this. There's plenty of ways that guys. They can game it. As it turns out, Joel's retconning me. Progression, stuff like this. Must have just been looking at the number that I had rather than the actual number here. So it could actually get really, really. I mean, this is a new player view when you go to throw it, or just. God damn it, Joel! Fuck you. I'm only partially crazy, guys. So probably not going to get hamstrung. We're going to get hamstrung by oranges for sure. Probably not going to get hamstrung by greens. It is 100% oranges. Look, I thought it was 500. Why? What? Yep, definitely oranges. Definitely going to get stuck on oranges. Some of the older upgrades weren't that way, though. Let's see. Do we have Nuke the Nursery? Some of the older upgrades you get stuck on greens. Almost every single one of the upgrade paths have been stuck on greens, except for this one, apparently. We can go watch people's computers explode on Gakrooks. Oh, okay.
This world needs your righteous extermination, Helldiver.
Exterminatus.
The Galactic War. A battleground awaiting your heroic intervention.
Allied destroyer coordinates received.
Greetings, Helldiver. The Galactic War awaits.
Initiating.
Why do you have to say that in such a sultry tone?
Crimsica system.
Greetings, Helldiver. How's it going, Helldiver?
FTL jump successful.
What do we, can't make fun of anyone for scatter.
Mission coordinates locked.
Like I said, we're probably gonna go and do bots here in a little bit. I want to get a feel for what the spawning mechanics are like right now. This is festive.
Calling down a support weapon.
Wow. He's just set me on fire.
Freedom has prevailed. Now head to the extraction point.
I just got here, bro. Desync. Also missed. 500 kg him. Let's see. Wait, I didn't even change my armor.
Calling in reinforcements.
Fine. You can have one of my 500 kgs. Tappy dancing! Tappy dancing! Got him. You gotta do the peacock, guys. Swing that shit around, confuse him a bit. Oh, yeah. See, he doesn't know what to do. Actually, it looks like he's just bugged out. Alright. It actually looks like these guys literally did every single fucking side objective. There's nothing left. Very unfortunate.
Thank you.
Still my concussion grenades too. Yeah. I guess we'll do another one after this simply because it's
Requesting tac pack. Calling down a support weapon.
very short.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
That's what she said.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Requesting sentry. New mag. Requesting air support.
Pre-crop.
Minus 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Ship called democracy.
So earlier we were talking about the mark. See how the mark disappeared off the Biotine right now? It definitely does not last for the full duration of the mob. It was on there for maybe 10 seconds and disappeared. I don't know if that's something new.
Flood tunnel breach.
Ending in an eagle.
I don't want that.
Heavy. Say hello.
I mean, I could kill him. My teammates are all just... Oh. I'll do a twofer, though. Hey, bud.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Get some.
Oh.
Get some.
Twofer.
Sending in an eagle.
That's too close. Can hit the pillars. And probably blue. No.
Activating jump pad.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Requesting air support.
Rare arc throw.
Here comes the cavalry.
Got the rock, apparently.
Right on target.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Good. Good.
Sending in an eagle.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
How'd you like to taste of freedom?
Eagle 1 leaving combat zone to resupply.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
Drop.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Sending in an
Good
eagle.
game. Good game. No.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
You got stuck.
Victory was never.
He's trying to show off too. Yeah. Oh, that's great, guys. Yeah, he knew everyone was looking at him. He just sad to do that, though. He got stuck on the edge of the ship. That happens to you sometimes between the ramp and the ship, you can get stuck on it. He needed to dive in, and he didn't. After he got stuck, he had about a second to dive in, and he didn't do it. Yeah, just rewards. This sample's got, I don't know how many samples he had. Occasionally you get treated to that. It was lag. It was lag, by the way, I guess.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Well done. Welcome aboard.
I had a
Helldiver.
shitload of samples.
We can never have too many heroes fighting for peace.
Yeah, I was BMing too. Oh, that's good. All right. That was really short. Let's do an actual mission here.
Welcome aboard.
Let's see if we can
Helldiver.
find another
Look
nursery.
forward to
Maybe it's
serving
longer than 2 minutes. That's what she said. Oh, nuclear nursery. Oh my god, that's great.
Choose where to join your fellows in righteous liberation.
Got crooks. Can we watch some computers vomit in real time? No. Oh, we should have looked at kill count. I
allow
didn't.
the bugs to infest this planet.
Allied destroyer coordinates received. Initiating FTL jump to the Gautria system.
Gotti?
Jump complete.
Here, do a scatter. No scatter.
Coordinates locked.
Again, it should actually show the time. I guess the time remaining, or you know, the time in mission. if Joel wants to go the other direction, just to show me good. On the screen right here, because I can't see this. So I joined in through quick play. Oh, I didn't change my load up. Fuck. Oh well.
It ain't a light of liberty. We'll break the skies of this world once more.
Deploying equipment package.
Requesting advanced weaponry! What? Cancel that.
Basic communications here, Joel. I believe I need to say something like hello. You know? Like an introduction here. Go right here. Looks good. So.
How'd you like to taste some freedom?
That's so fucking juicy. Go all the way back. Let's see. Now everyone's just gonna camp it. We're gonna leave. Go. That looks like radar. Let's go do that. Once again, I think radar should, as per... Is it on the rebalance spreadsheet? No, I didn't add it. Oh my god. We've talked about multiple times. I think radar should 100% be something that's on every planet. You should be able to see it immediately upon landing. It should be revealed on the map, and it's just heavily defended. And when you reveal it, it reveals everything on the map. Like all the fabricators and spawn spots, even with spores. So it turns into something where you really want to do it, and it's rewarding for doing so. Much in the way, because this kind of already is, but it misses stuff. It doesn't get everything. And on planets like this, it doesn't show, obviously, bug holes. Spawns, nests.
Tagging map, east, 200 meters.
Calling in reinforcements!
Alright.
Requesting air support.
A lot of hunters. Once again, if they want to do just purely hunter biomes, they legit need to make it so,
I'm on it.
they need a lot more small units to do it than they currently have in the game.
Calling in reinforcements.
Hey, that's not enough.
Engaging terminal.
Mission map updated.
Even with,
Reloading.
even without stratagems, I can take care of these guys pretty easily. Not an issue.
Calling in orbital strike.
Dead.
Sending in an eagle.
Holy fucking stalker nest! Holy shit! Those are a 2-spawner too instead of a single spawner. If they have 2 holes and then each spawner spawns 2 apiece, that can be pretty bad. Oh, that's not what I want. Hey, Neck. Good evening, dude.
Objective critical stratagem available. Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Dropping a pin. Northeast. 200 meters.
Out of ammo!
These don't work, do they? No. I mean, theoretically, the concussive force from it should be able to shut the holes, right?
I got the terminal! Reinforcing! That's called democracy! Tunnel free!
Reinforcements on the way.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Oh,
Terminal structure destroyed.
Sample collect!
oh. Hey guys.
Requesting
Oh,
orbital
there's a
strike.
power down sound now for it. Cool.
Requesting air support! Freedom never!
Northeast. 200 meters.
All right. Stop it. Stop it, lazy dog.
Ending in an eagle!
Sending in an eagle.
Engaging terminal!
Oh. He's bugged? I'm not exactly sure.
Terminated hive structure
There he
destroyed.
goes. No, don't spit on it. It's cheating. Oh my god, I got stuck. I literally strafed into like a horseshoe of bugs.
Tagging
What the
location.
fuck is that? Oh.
Calling in reinforcements.
All right.
Joining the fray.
Well, back across the map we go. I heard you, bitch. Your little squeaking, croaking sounds, yeah.
Tagging
Rare
map.
sample
North.
acquired!
Swirly sounds.
Bug hole. Dropping a pin.
Normally, yeah. Normally attached to this guy. Oh. Chortling sounds.
Support weapon.
Chortling? Chortling? Duke?
Requesting air support. Tagging map, northwest, 200 meters.
They're legit camping my body with strikes? Yeah? Is this the staff on vacation? Is this what you guys do for fun? What would it be? It'd actually be like 8 in the morning in Sweden right now. Maybe 10? Right about there.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
That's not something you can legit do with fucking even eagle airstrikes. Napalm, not even close. Definitely needs to be adjusted. Not the attack itself, but the number of charges you get.
I got the terminal. New mag.
Bug outpost spotted.
Oh my god, you see my airburst launcher, guys? You see that? 5,000% less chance of exploding yourself compared to the cluster bomb launcher, too. Airburst. Alright.
Engaging terminal.
Here you go. Bye.
Requesting air support.
Let's see.
Mission underway. 8 minutes remaining.
So, 12-second bonus.
Requesting air support.
Yay, 12 seconds. Let's go over here, and then let's go further north. At the very least, by the way, with spores, you should be able to see. You should be able to see the bug spots if a teammate discovers them, and you don't currently. Also.
Calling down a support weapon.
Yeah. Grab samples. Wind is so strong it makes the quasar shake. Yes, yes indeed. Like, if we assume there's some sort of substantial weight to the quasar, you know how strong the wind would have to be to make it shake like that? Yeah. Long range support. Let's go over here. Fuck you, Beetle. Oh my god, the Papa Wheelie! Scream! You can literally hear him burn out when he does that, guys. Not figuratively, literally you can hear him burn out. Plays Doug.
Freedom never sleeps.
We get him? Yes, we did. That one. Like, the wind would have to be... I don't even think hurricane... So, like, if we assume that's, like, maybe 50 pounds or maybe 60 pounds, right? In order to move that, the wind would have to be insane. Put it already?
Dropping a pin. West. 100 meters.
Go to the dildo. But it doesn't look like a dildo. Yeah. Yeah, I guess you guys need to keep up with what's the norm nowadays, so.
Dropping a pin. West. 200 meters.
Yeah. Pretty normal now to me. Wait, what? Okay.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Bad divers would like a word. Ah, hilarious.
Rare sample acquired.
Requesting orbital strike.
I got the terminal.
So far, not really seeing anything outside the ordinary, guys. In terms of difficulty here, this looks pretty much like what we left earlier this week. I was going to say last week, earlier this week. Lots of small units, barely any charges, barely any Vile Titans. God. And my teammate killed me. Cool.
Calling in reinforcements.
Two stratagems that you should have a license to use. You should be required to have a license to use. Is the 380 and bitch, get off my fucking shit! Don't do that. Stop that! Stop that! Bro, are you for fucking real? What do you even throw that on? It was on nothing except me. What do you fucking mean? Dude, like, the shittiest thing about this is if they pop it, it's gonna eat my samples down the fucking hole. Those two stratagems that should require a license is a 380 and a cluster bomb. And that should include self-team kills, too.
Calling in reinforcements.
Like, he didn't even fucking throw it on it. There, like, on the side, there's nothing there. It just makes a giant T-shape that went on top of me. Oh. I picked up his samples. Make sure we don't have to come back. Fortunately, there's we can't figure out where the other nests are. We could if the radar was more powerful, but we cannot currently. I mean, you could even fucking make it an upgrade, like enhanced radar or something. They can 100% improve the Blitzer to make him a better weapon too without updating the damage on it. The shotgun functionality on it, I don't even know if it's intentional. But the shotgun functionality is pretty poor right now. Where if instead of like ADSing with it, you just fire it off the hip, and instead of basically more focus, it'll do a wider beam and hit multiple units. But
You will never destroy our way of life.
true.
Bug tunnel breach.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Sending in an eagle.
Request approved.
Sending in
Deploying
an eagle.
reinforcements.
Kind of want there's I hope they go grab the samples. I'm gonna do the bug holes over here.
How'd you like the taste of
Hey guys.
rare sample acquired?
Free? Craw. Free craw.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Oh, I don't fucking have normal grenades, do I? No. No. Stop it.
Reloading! New mag!
Requesting air support.
Gotta watch the desync from the ragdoll compared to the actual model. Hey, bud.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Here. That's for you. You had to protect your... Oh, Suicide Squad? Or, Assassination Squad, excuse me.
Calling in reinforcements.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
They go grab the samples? They did not.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
New mag!
This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown.
Get on, we're gonna be in problems. We're gonna be in trouble here, guys.
Strike. Requesting air support.
Tagging location.
Orbital inbound.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for
You
takeoff.
gotta be fucking shitting me! Well, yeah, we aren't getting on. Okay.
Extraction complete. Pelican
Bye.
1 beginning ascent.
Rip samples.
Another victory for the right.
I actually thought about dropping them at the pad, and I was like, nah, if they leave, fuck them. Yep. Well, there's that. Yeah, sometimes, so it's always a shit show whether or not people will leave or wait at the end. So, like, you're always taking a risk if you decide to go up prior to you actually getting on. You get low levels, and some people literally just, like, knee-jerk get onto the ship immediately. There's nothing there, by the way. It's not like they're being pressed or anything. And someone just immediately just got on the ship for some reason. They probably thought everyone's there. Oh, no. I mean, everyone needs samples right now. Like, I had 17. We had a lot more than 17 samples. Well, rip. I suck your dike. I don't know what he's saying there, guys. It's a weird one.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver. I look forward to serving with you.
Okay. So bugs are easy mode.
Managed democracy calls for aid.
That is not really anything outside of what... Maybe we'll do like one more here. That's not really anything outside. Bugs, when they're hard, are very fun and very fulfilling.
The bugs swarm across this
Allied
planet.
destroyer
Ooh, we get to watch
What
people
make
shit their
your
computers,
cities.
guys. Oh, yes, please. I love watching people's computers shit all over the place.
initiating FTL jump to the Crux system.
A crux! But anyways, difficulty-wise,
FTL
challenging bugs can be very good. Bugs generally are not very challenging, especially nowadays they're not challenging at all, and it sucks. Sometimes you get that little sliver of hope that maybe there'll be higher difficulty. Muscles we want for sure on Dagobah. So this Dagobah has a lot of issues. One is the physics effects, and then there's something else.
Remember this. Every day is a good day to die for democracy.
Calling down a support weapon. Requesting air support.
Got it. What? No?
Get some! Get some!
Yes. Excuse me. That's mine. Bro. Bro, you do not need to set me on fire.
For prosperity! Destroy our way of life!
Requesting air support.
Anyways, Dagobah has some issues with not only the physics, which you see every time the trees explode, your computer will go, especially if it hits a lot of trees. But also, there's some sort of weird optimization shit going on here, where one thread on your computer gets hit heavier than all the other threads, the main thread. And then it results in, for instance, my overall utilization right now is normally around 75, and right now it's 65. And the worst I've seen on Dagobah is like 50. 55, excuse me. Go south. So for some reason it loads up the main thread much higher than other planets. Plug holes over there. Looks like mussels don't really help you much in bushes. It does with the mud. And the hill changes, but not with bushes. On second guess.
Orbital inbound. Calling in orbital strike.
Sneaking up on me right now. Stop it.
Orbital inbound.
All right.
Calling in reinforcements.
Yeah. So apparently we don't even need to deal with the wave. Lazy Dog has it. All right.
Requesting air support.
A large nest, maybe? Oh my god, the stuttering. Actually, it loaded up my overall utilization, just climbed up to like 82%. It's not a large nest, it is... Chief, by the way, still did not change my loadout. High yields.
Package acquired. Dropping
Calling
package.
in reinforcements.
Package dropping package.
Dude, it has like sounds, like shell dropping sounds now. Well, I heard it once. Alright. Should be missing 3. EMS.
Requesting air support.
A shell somewhere.
Reinforcing.
Sometimes they like hiding them, especially upside down.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Requesting orbital. Eat this.
Where'd Joel put it? I just have to put an EMS in. Could be some of the shit sitting on top of it too, like it spawned underneath it or something. Oh, it's another EMS.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Oh. Relatively good. We got a bunch of high yields, so.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Liberty, save me!
Package acquired.
We'll tease them. We'll tease them. Give them just the tip, guys. The EMS. Then a normal. Then a high yield, normal. Oh, yeah. Variety pack. You're chunking right now.
Terminal.
This way. 59% utilization, guys. It's going down. Also, when the host is really laggy, it gets really bad. The longest delay I've had between actually trying to push a button and something happening is 45 seconds on this map. Yeah, you can push the button and wait 45 seconds, and then it does something.
Orbital strike.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Guys,
Sample collected.
Tagging location.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
go on. What if I do like one of these like right there? What'll happen if we do that? Yeah, was it good for you guys too?
New mag.
Better be.
Got a sample. Engaging terminal.
Orbital inbound.
Yeah, fooled them with the EMS. Just wait. Hee hee.
Reinforcing.
Log tunnel breach.
Allied destroyer has left the squadron. Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Oh, you stop that. Oh. Oh. All right. Oh. Fuck off, Beetles. Oh. I desynced back into the original spawn and killed me. I should have killed the beetles earlier. I had the fucking stim running, guys. I could have shot the ground and cleared the whole thing. I didn't.
Ready to liberate.
Beetles surround you. They're very annoying. Like we talked about that on stream. Hey, guys.
Requesting
Excuse you.
air support.
Excuse you. Stop it. That landed in the bile pen.
Reinforcing.
Reporting to the front. How'd you like the taste of freedom? Sending in an eagle. Mag's empty. New mag.
Oh. See, where's my shit? It's over. Elder Lion's no longer part of the team. Did he get kicked? He's bugged? I'm not sure.
Sweet liberty, my arm! I got the terminal.
Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me! Dude. He wasn't doing anything.
Calling in reinforcements.
That's where, the same guy that killed me the last time. He's just sitting there walking in place. Fuck you, Bile Titan. Get on my face.
Allied destroyer has left the squadron.
Not. Really necessary?
Engaging.
Ow.
Allied destroyer.
By the way, that's still bugged, even though it shows that you're not typed in. It remembers your last type in, it's supposed to do that like temporarily, but it still sticks around like permanently. It just doesn't show you the keys that it pressed later on. Bug report.
Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Eat that!
No.
Freedom never sleeps!
No. Oh, he turned fast. All right. There's a dildo. Good. Helldivers. Yeah. Yeah, so there's a guy in earlier that was trying to convince me that the marks, when you mark units, last forever, right? But it doesn't. This was on the charter. Yeah, it's like 10 seconds. I said it was 30 earlier. Last till he dies. Probably a false correlation where the guy like saw it and they saw him die, so they just assume they last till they die because like they just mark something and it explodes. How long buildings last for?
Southwest, 100 meters.
Game about 10 seconds. Yeah, it's like 10. So it's 10 seconds for everything. The guy's just wrong. I was believing him too. I was like, well, maybe I'm wrong. You know, he seems very certain of it. You know, I was like, okay. Ow. That did not help, teammate.
I got the terminal.
Ow. Yeah.
Requesting air support.
New mag.
Orbital inbound.
Terminate hive structure destroyed.
Doop-a-doop-doo.
Engaging terminal.
Excuse you guys.
How'd you like to taste
Oh,
the
I
freedom?
have stun grenades, don't I?
Not today.
There we go. Joke's on you. I have an item I don't normally take. That's not good. I need that. Where is that? But he threw it right into the middle of the fucking hive.
My life for Super Earth.
Go giggles.
Say hello to democracy.
Here, what if we do this instead? Ah, see?
I got the terminal.
Oop, bye.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
You have ignited the torches of liberty. Extraction away.
It's always a shame when it doesn't kill any of your fellow Helldivers. You're just waiting for half the team to explode, and it doesn't happen, you know? Kinda makes you sad. Use this up. I thought we were going to get a Vile Tane, which is why I hung on to it. There you go. Very juicy. Oh my god, they need to buff the 500 kg, guys! Wow! Oh my god, why is the radius on it so small? Reddit says it needs to be buffed. It sucks so much. Did they get the Shrike Nest? Yeah, they did. Okay. God, the 500 kg is terrible. Thanks, Reddit. I appreciate it, bro. Fortunately, we have no idea where the other shit is. We don't have radar, so can't really clear shit.
Action request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Down a support weapon.
We're gonna go do bots after this. This is pretty easy. This hasn't really changed since Tuesday, so nothing's really outside the ordinary here. Nursery is still the hardest of the bug modes, but it's not enough to make up for the difference. Look at how many teammates are dead. In the top left there, guys. Lots of teammates dead.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Everything's dead. Yeah. Can't wait till Joel adds challenge progression to the game, right, Joel? Right? Right? And you hire me over there? Yeah, I can even make Zoom calls with you daily. Yeah, wouldn't you like that? I mean, actually, I already do make Zoom calls with you. What do you think this is? This is a Zoom call, right? Ah.
New mag. Yeah.
Stutters. He's using a railgun? No way.
Say hello to democracy.
By the way, we have ways of fixing the railgun in the rebalance, the Better Divers spreadsheet. Excel spreadsheet.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Aiming at an eagle.
Attack underway. ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Aiming at an eagle. Requesting air support.
Sweet liberty.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone.
And he just hit me. Dead.
Last reload.
Going here.
Never sleep.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart.
Yep.
Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete.
Bye.
Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
We're already on a Zoom call, guys.
Another victory for the right side of history.
Yeah, we're gonna go do bots. This is too easy. I was hoping maybe something changed with the patch. Nothing changed. Well, I mean, they don't need to patch it to change it, but maybe they decided to change something at the same time. Meh. Yeah, 100% just gonna get stuck on oranges now. I guess we're already stuck on oranges, aren't we? Right. Now, fuck is this? Oh, they showed up later. We had 2 people leave.
Good mission.
I mean, then if you want a long,
Always good to
nice,
have another hero.
hot mission, you know. Very, cathartic. Very cathartic, life-changing experience, you know.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver.
She already
Super destroyer.
she always had that thing on her shoulder. Yeah. I'd been wrong, guys. I was away from the game too long. I started noticing stuff. Alright, back to the bots. Always there. X45. Looks like they're taking. Alright.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Back to bots, guys. I'd rather not play with one person, cause...
Repeat.
Two-person missions are boring. There's very few spawns. You want 3 or 4.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Just caught up with Demon Slayer, by the way, guys. Nothing to write home about there. In terms of... lead up to the next one, which is going to be a big battle with end guys. Demon. 120. Actually, I don't have the radius, do I? 120 really... rather use something that's not super spammy. I was using the BERT for a while, but Joel refuses to put the sound effect in there, so it's only limited in its usefulness. Only made BERT! Because if I made a BERT sound, it would be so much more powerful. Instantly fix a lot of the issues with it. I don't think you need to use the anti-explosive armor anymore against bots, mainly because they don't do that much damage when you get hit by the explosive force. It's mainly the direct hits that do damage.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Go now and shoot you fall. Remember this. Every day
Blasting
is a
advanced
good day to
weaponry!
die for democracy.
Yeah, that's for you.
Orbital.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
Reinforcing!
I'd be kind of curious to see how much the extra radius on it affects orbitals. It's actually one of the buffs I have in my Better Guider's Dead is to increase the radius on the 120. It's a lot more than 10%. Doing here? Oh, that's a dead base. Go south. I don't even think these guys know what they're doing. Guys. Are they trying to remake Malevolent Creek, guys? Kind of feels that way. What the fuck is that? Alright. Oh. How'd you survive? Holy fucking shit. Alright, that's awkward. Also awkward. There we go. It just took too long. Stop that. Alright. Might be on my teammates. I don't think so. I think my teammates are pretty spread out here. Jesus Christ. Oh, this is festive. Dims. Oh! Always looks like you take more damage than you actually do. Damn. Leveling Creek 2.0, guys. We can't see what's over there.
Requesting air support.
To die to chip damage here. If
Throwing supply beacon. Rare sample acquired.
huh? The fuck is what is he even shooting over there? Supplies are gone. Go fuck yourself. I took two, the other guy took two.
Calling down a sentry. Tac pack inbound. Requesting advanced weaponry. Sample collected. New mag. Calling in orbital strike.
What is that even? Oh, it's a bunker, I think?
Engaging terminal.
Oh, I think it's a tank. It's a walker.
Stay this low much longer, Helldiver.
It's a walker. The fuck is that?
I got the terminal.
Bro.
I got the terminal.
The fuck off, dude. What the fuck are you even doing here? Get away from me.
Reinforcing.
Fucking Christ. He neither shoots the units they're shooting at me, nor does he actually just go do something. Go away.
Tagging location. Calling in extraction. New mag.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Like, they could have literally have went and done the anti-air, guys. Instead of sitting there doing nothing and then apparently having to take the terminal from it. Like, what the fuck is that? Oh.
Got equipment.
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
You guys want to extract? Alright. So that guy called in a 380 and dropped it? Poor team. Will kill me over here.
Rare sample acquired. Throwing supply beacon.
I actually really just kind of want to kill the SAM site. Especially because nothing's happening here. Look, guys, just completed the anti-air just by going over here.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Requesting
We
sentry.
don't have enough time to do the large base.
Calling down a sentry.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Northeast. Requesting advanced weaponry. Orbital inbound.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Orbital inbound.
Firing orbital bomb.
Rare HMG user.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
That might be too close. I think it needs to be 50 away.
Pelican 1 landing in progress.
I need stim.
Uh-huh.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart.
What?
Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Alright, guys, off we go.
Democracy prevails once more.
Well, that was a festive mission. We'll have to see if that's the norm or an outlier, though. Ready. Proud of me showing up. Alright. Next mission. Much better than bugs. Bugs are very boring right now. Tonight all we got were small units. That's not where we want to be. All grasshoppers, hunters, and beetles, for the most part.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver. The galactic...
Very boring. Just throw down a cluster bomb and walk around. Collect samples. There you go.
Initiating FTL jump to the Vega Bay system.
Vega Punk.
FTL jump successful.
Predicate. Boring. We're not doing this. We don't do any of the 15-minute missions except for Blitz. They're all boring. Some of them, even when they're difficult, you basically just die a bunch, but you still beat it anyways. You don't really fail. And I guess if you just died too much, then you just fail after dying a bunch. So I don't really know. It's pretty binary.
Mission coordinates.
Good shit.
Allied destroyer has engaging orbital thrusters.
Oh my God, Ashgasm! Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it, dude. Welcome. Ashgasm on my face. Well, you can Ashgasm on my face all night long. Well, maybe. Good evening, guys. Hi. Make yourself at home. Welcome. Yes, scatter. No. Evacuate. 15-minute mission. Boring again. Next one. That's the tower defense. You just stand around and shoot the gates. If they redo it, there's plenty of ways they can actually do it to make it much better than it currently is, but right now it's just kind of eh. Pretty good. Oh my God.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver.
End result of an Ashgasm is a snowman. With a squirrel on top. Evolution, huh? Try again. I mean...
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters.
You a snowball? No.
Orbit synchronized.
Shit. Not working. Off we go. There has to be a combination of snow mixed with a facial mixed with a bukkake, and I can't think of a term now. I swear to God there is one. A lewd term for that. But it's not coming to my face. Not coming to my head? Not coming to mind right now. A lot of things are coming to mind right now, but that's not it. Let's go to the objective southeast here. My teammates are probably going to aggro to the base here, which is fine. Okay.
Requesting tac pack. Calling down support weapon. Enemy elite. East. Calling in 50 meters.
You gotta be fucking kidding me! Okay. Well, my mind is clearly in other places, guys. I decided to take a completely different loadout that's meant for the bugs. Well, I'm sitting here yakking.
Mission coordinates
What the
locked.
fuck is that?
Hellpods primed.
I was like, where's my autocannon? And I was like,
Engaging orbital
I believe
thrusters.
no, this is the other. We were just here. This is not where we want to be. That is the tower defense mission that we just got out of. Lots of missions here. I'm not exactly sure why we got the same one.
Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital
Totally the
thrusters.
same. Oh. All right, now try again. Autocannon.
Orbit synchronized.
120. Even though it sucks, 500 kg. There you go. Off we go. Once again, if they do the tower defense, if they want to improve on it, making it having a longer, wider corridor, making it so there's multiple checkpoints too.
Remember this. Every day is a good day to die for
Going down a
democracy.
support weapon. Package acquired.
Thought that was
Rear sample collected.
mini nuke for a sec. Hellbound. Grab the samples to the east here. They'll probably go north. We'll transporting this.
North, 100 meters.
Good, good.
Bots, northeast. Dropping package. Package acquired.
Oh, you know he probably drowned, didn't he? Making a fishing line would be fantastic. Get into all those hard-to-reach places.
Package acquired. Tagging location.
That's totally drowned.
Dropping package. Requesting air support.
Yeah, no.
Requesting air support.
Yeah, he tried to swim, he couldn't.
Package acquired.
Not exactly sure why they're transporting the laptop instead of going to the objective. They're literally cutting it around the map. Not exactly sure what the reason is for that. Normally, by the way, when you pick up the laptop, you should always just go straight to the objective point, so you don't have to micro it, and it doesn't get stuck in between bots somewhere. It tends to happen. Butt plug? Let's go grab that right away. Might have to just go straight over to the objective of the briefcase, grab it, and then run away. Good. I mean, I think I can make that. I really do. I really do, guys. I got stuck on the rock. No! Oh no! Oh no! You gotta be.
Our heroes have fallen, for their bodies shall be replaced.
No way! I got stuck on the edge of the rock. Fuck you, Joel. No way! Team wiped. Oh shit!
5 minutes left. Liberty's beat your step, Helldiver.
Don't worry, guys. No one's watching me. Holy fucking shit! What the fuck is that? I literally stepped on the rock! I don't... Yeah, no shit. Holy fucking shit. Yeah. We're just going to leave. Holy fucking shit. He died right after I died. Like, I was still obviously there, but I was actually dead already. Oh, no. Oh. There's no fucking way. Holy fucking shit. Like, they had to have been sitting there watching me do that. Like, I looked at it, I was like, well, I could literally cut here, or basically it's going to take like 3 minutes for me to go around the entire trough, right? And there are 2 minutes, and I was like, nah, I can do this. I could have, by the way, except for some reason I couldn't get on top of the rock. It wouldn't let me on the rock.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
I don't want to do an evac with one person. 3 to 4 people, guys. That's what we're looking for.
doing democracy's work.
Mission coordinates. Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Another one with one person not started. Pretty good.
Innocents perish with every wasted second. We must act. Upon which anvil?
Coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Scatter, Eagle autocannon,
Orbit synchronized.
500 kg. You gotta be kidding me. Good. This drop lock? Yeah, we'll give it 15 seconds, guys. First drop lock of the night. This is longer than most times. I know. And good evening, Kizzy. Alt F4. Oh, there's that. Nice game. Yep. Don't worry, guys. We'll actually get into a match at some point here. I don't host my own games. I used to host my own games because we always get SEAL Team 6 in them, and they're just instantly done. Especially bugs. It's too easy. It's not fun.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
Data.
Orbit synchronized.
Yes. Off we go. Yeah, so it actually kind of seems like you don't even need anti-explosive armor anymore, mainly because the explosive damage isn't what hurts you, it's the direct damage. Even if it's an explosive rocket, it's the direct damage from the rocket, for instance, as opposed to... Okay.
Let them come. Let them brawl. Let them face the insurmountable might of the Helldivers.
Flashing advanced weaponry!
As opposed to the explosive damage from the rockets.
New mag!
Go blow up the jammer.
Found something.
Bud,
Requesting orbital.
on over here. That might hit the nuke.
Requesting air support. How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Oh. I can't get him.
Rare sample acquired.
Can't get you, bro. There's a jammer. By the way, you can see if there's a jammer in the top left on your screen if you're watching someone. My teammates aren't grabbing them, though.
Dropships. Objective located. West. Reinforcing!
Stop it! Go away.
Rare sample acquired.
No. Okay, you want to do this? I'm going to go somewhere else. Have fun. Let's go north. The objective.
Sending in an eagle. Reinforcing.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
No. There we go.
Dropship calling in reinforcements.
So he died, and they respawned him up north, and now we got to go back to the objective again. All right, just to get away from my teammates.
Reinforcing.
Yeah.
Reinforcing.
Yeah, we fucking kidding me.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Reloading.
Apparently, we're in range of the gunship factory, by the way.
Dropping a pin. West. 200 meters.
Auto cannon should be a requirement for anyone playing bots. It's not.
Calling in reinforcements.
But take care of this before they respawn, which are probably going to respawn anyways.
Rare sample acquired. I got the terminal. Engaging terminal.
Yeah. I think we're out of range of
Calling in a hell bomb.
gunship factory right now. We're gonna go over there after we do this though, and take them out so they don't kill the rest of our team and call everyone. Which is definitely not what we're looking for.
I got the terminal.
Yeah.
Hell bomb armed. Clear the area.
Bye. That's not what we want.
Requesting air support.
That's for you guys.
Democracy.
Lovely.
Calling in reinforcements.
Dude, trying to kill the fucking, the gunships is absolutely painful with anything other than the autocannon.
Calling in a hell bomb.
That's not... Okay.
Hellbomb request approved. Deploying now.
I might not get the top tower.
Engaging terminal.
Package acquired.
Hell bomb armed. Clear the area.
Printing them, guys, with a 3D printer. I don't think that's going to kill that one, but it might. We'll have to wait and see.
Tagging map. Southeast. 100 meters. Calling in
Get the
orbital
top one.
strike.
Calling in a hell bomb. I got the terminal. Hell bomb armed. Clear the
All right.
area.
Surprised no other gunships has spawned. It's kind of weird. Spawns already. Ah. Joel, are you trying to snipe me? It's a fucking cannon turret. Oh. Oh. I left you alone because you're idle.
Bot outpost spotted.
Bud, what's going on here? Give me your pooper. Get right around the backside here. Well took, guys.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
One moment, please. Ah, this looks like a new fabricator layout, guys, for a small fabricator versus medium fabricator. I don't think I've seen this one both. All right, let's grab this, grab that.
Sample acquired.
Yeah, with the, like the divider fence, I think this is new. Always adding new modules to the game, guys. Oh shit! Let's go over to the objective.
Dropships.
Gotta collect it and transport it.
Dropships. North.
I don't know if this is a transport. As a transport. Let's actually go to the southern base first, and then we'll do this.
North. Tagging map. Southwest. 100 meters.
Set up instead.
Requesting air support.
Attack underway.
Healer strike's probably more valuable.
Rare sample acquired.
Calling in a hell bomb.
New man.
They definitely made the bots easier. Well, not this week. When they made the bugs easier with the changes to the patrols, they definitely made the bugs or bots easier too.
Hell bomb armed. Clear the area.
Engaging terminal.
Guys.
Bot asset destroyed.
Dropships. Found something.
I got the terminal.
Why are you here? Go somewhere else. How did you even get over here? Alright, have fun. Over to the objective now. I swear to God, I didn't even see that guy come in. Trying to make, actually, no, that's just a gunship. we got a Dagu-chan! Mark, mark, mark!
Dropping a pin. North. 300 meters.
Dagu-chan, oh my god!
Dropping
He just
a
wants
pin.
pets,
North.
guys.
Far.
That can really fuck you up.
Found something.
Yes. I'll do this here. Fucking kill the dog? What the? Okay. Well, alright then. I guess, we'll just get instantly brained and die before I can literally do anything. Alright.
Point me to the enemy.
That's not where we want to be.
Sending in an eagle.
For you guys.
Requesting air support.
Perfect. Stop sliding.
Orbital inbound. Dropping package.
Alright, let's go back.
Mod outpost.
Probably should have won, especially after they flared, I should have 120 the base. I did not.
Sending in an eagle.
Requesting air support.
Liberty.
Did it not kill anyone? There's no way. Did it just didn't count.
Say hello to democracy.
That would make me very disappointed if it didn't kill any of the units. 500 kgs are very, care about, a lot about line of sight. If you don't have line of sight, like if you put it in a crevice or something, it can totally just, I'm gonna totally get stuck here. Or not. I can totally fuck it up.
Tagging map. Northwest. 200 meters.
My teammates look like they're legitimately just farming the map, so I don't think we have to worry about anything with them. The rest of the map's basically done already.
Tagging map. Southwest. Far.
Happy Fry Sack, guys. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening. Good. Full of mini democratic Helldives.
Sample collected.
Grab my carcass.
Is victorious yet again. Extract when ready.
No. Okay, we got it.
Reloading.
Hey, bud. You need some pets. Oh my god. I might die again. Yeah. And instantly laser brained again by... Not the guys in front of us, there's a guy on the right side.
Dropping a pin.
Exactly sure what did that.
Democracy has landed. Get some! Get some! Requesting
Get
orbital.
that out before I drop it.
Firing orbital
Sending in
barrage.
an eagle.
Area.
Go around. So, second time, basically instantly getting lasered. We survived for a little bit after I got shot. So whoever was on my right side there was the guy that first shot me and took like 6% of my HP and then killed me.
50 meters. Requesting air support.
Yeah.
Sending in an eagle.
Administering freedom.
And just missed. Alright. Excuse you. We could actually...
Calling down a support weapon.
That.
Sending in an eagle.
Oh. Dim. Either a walker in front of me. There's a lot of walkers right now. There's either a walker in front of me or
1 minute, 30 seconds.
lots of fucking heavies. Hey guys, what's going on here? Don't worry about it. It's my favorite against bots. It's my favorite against everything right now. There's a lot. Well, not a lot of things. There's a lot of things you can use against bugs. Against bots, it's more selective, but I really enjoy the plasma grenade launcher. So, fucking shit. All right, bye, bye. My work here is done. Have fun. What the fuck is that?
Dropship.
Oh, hey, look, the guy threw a laser down. I bet he thought he was gonna be cheeky and kill something with it. There's a lot of shit in there, though. But yes, the plasma grenade launcher is definitely my favorite. The Punisher, as it's actually called, which is technically a shotgun. Clearly, because that looks like a shotgun.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Might have some cheaters in here, too. I swear that guy just swung around the corner and just insta-killed units.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
You guys are very good at basically killing everything right now.
Deploying reinforcements.
I think I'm the only person that... No, I'm not the only person that died. I used 12 lives.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
Does it even have autocannons?
This is Pelican 1.
One of them does.
Touchdown.
Plasma grenade launcher is great against... It does a little bit of everything. It does a little bit of explosive radius. It does a little bit of knockback, CC. There's a little bit... What are you guys waiting for?
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20
Does a
seconds.
decent amount of damage.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Very experienced group.
Today you carved another foot.
All around pretty good. You can use Scorcher too. Dominator. I haven't used a Tenderizer, however, you can also use a Tenderizer apparently against these guys. Fire rate? Well, it's like a grenade launcher. Does a decent chunk of damage, and even though it has a slow fire rate, it's made up for it with the AoE radius and the knockback or the CC on it. So, even if you're like, even if you're not a fan of the slow fire rate on it, it's still pretty, like the other bits of it kind of make up for it. It's pretty good all-rounder, in my opinion. I use it against bugs, too. Basically, ever since they buffed it 2 mega patches ago. 2 big buff patches ago. Not really, didn't really come into meta, though, up until, like, 2 weeks ago, I'd say. We've seen multiple people use it now. I've been using it since 2 mega patches ago. Numbers on them. Apparently, I thought these guys were... Maybe they just went and polished off a bunch of objectives. It doesn't look like they killed a lot of units. Sample game is something to be desired with this group, though.
Mission coordinates locked.
Use the Scorcher. I mean, it's along the same vein as a Scorcher in terms of damage, but, yeah. That being said, if you're using an autocannon that takes care of pretty much everything against bots that you need to worry about for the most part, you can use pretty much any... almost any primary if you're using the autocannon. A lot of primaries work if you're using autocannon. Alright. Let's go back to Misa.
Initiating. Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
All right.
Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat. Helldivers to Hellpods.
Yeah, well, it's actually just way too... I don't actually know. Like, the autocannon... Oh, it's an Eradicate.
Hellpod launch.
The autocannon's been good basically since the game launched against bots. I never really realized that up until maybe... Oh, my God. Never really realized that until maybe a couple months ago. 2 months ago. And that's because I always played against bugs. Against bugs, the autocannon is mediocre and requires a significant amount of skill to use against bugs. Against bots, it is literally easy mode and everyone should be using it. If you're using something alternative to that, Quasar, Beam Cannon, AMR, they're much, much more difficult compared to the autocannon. Autocannon is 3 steps above everything else. Everyone else should just be using it.
Welcome aboard,
They aren't.
Driver.
Weirdly enough, they aren't.
Congratulations on completing your
Once again, I think it's because everyone's used to playing the bugs, maybe, or because influencers didn't talk about it. I'm not exactly sure why. The autocannon never really caught on. It is just infinitely better. It needs to be nerfed against bots and buffed against bugs, in my opinion. It's just way too good. And if you go, oh my god, I hate nerfs, you can't nerf anything, it's just better than everything else.
Hellpods
If you use the autocannon, there's no reason to use any other stratagem weapons against
orbital
bots.
Thrusters.
Just that good against
Orbit
bots.
synchronized.
It staggers, you have no problems with armor. Really need to aim for weak points for the most part. Depending on what you're shooting at, that is.
Allied destroyer
Yeah.
joining squadron.
Like, I don't even think it's what I consider higher end. Like, I use it occasionally against bots, or excuse me, against bugs because it's fun. It's like a fun alternative, but when there's like more than like 2 or 3 charters, two or three, I'd say 2 charters is basically the cutoff. And you get a Bile Titan in there, you're just fucked. Mainly because to use the autocannon against the charters and charters and Bile Titans takes a significant amount of skill. Bile Titans is borderline unusable. Leave the area so we don't get cornered here. Literally Malevolent Creek 2.0. Not even a 2.0, just Malevolent Creek.
Spot outpost.
Yeah. So, I do think it needs to be nerfed against bots, but against bugs it should be brought up. So it's in a more usable state against them. It's actually a really, really cool weapon. You know, putting aside the balancing of it, it's actually just a really cool weapon. I agree with the developers when they said it's probably the best, one of their better designed weapons, because it is.
New mag.
Well, not really balanced. Like, we're talking about the extreme ends of the... Well, maybe not extreme ends of the scale, but pretty far detached from each other. Like, if you, the amount of people you see use the autocannon against bugs is basically non-existent. Alright, guys. Let's go do the generator. Takes up a backpack slot. I mean, there's a lot of stuff, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of stuff in the game that needs to be buffed, but like, it just shouldn't make all their weapons just kind of moot. Buttons, do the things.
1 Alpha, 1 Bravo, 2 Alpha. I need supplies.
I've got this one.
Engaging terminal.
God, an Illumina teaser. Never seen those before.
Rare sample.
Amazing. I'm pretty sure they're literally like an ass here away from launching the Illuminate like a month after this game launched. And I really wonder, like, they must have been so half done. If you can imagine what state they're in if they were just about to launch them a month after the game came out.
Dropping a pin. Northwest, 200
And then they're like, nah, they aren't quite there yet. Like, what were they like at the time? My guess is we aren't going to see them till August because they're on their Swedish vacation right now.
West, 200 meters.
Oh, I've used so. In my opinion, we're talking about to each their own. The Incinerator Breaker, I don't even think is that good. I think a lot of people just trust influencers and read it on a tier list somewhere and then formulate their own opinion, so everyone uses it. If you use the Incinerator Breaker and you don't even bother painting with it, which means you're shooting a bunch of mobs to get the dot rolling on them, it's not worth taking over a normal breaker. It's actually not that great. Just everyone uses it. It's like a prime example of herd mentality, where just everyone's using it simply because they're listening to their friends who heard it from an influencer who saw it on a tier list. Like, I've used a lot of things against bugs. I don't even use I use the plasma grenade launcher against bugs. And maybe the adjudicator, or I mean, there's a lot of things you can use against bugs, but adjudicator or the tenderizer, especially now. Unfortunately, it looks like D2's following us. We're gonna go over and do this base on the side here.
Dropping a pin. Northwest, 200 meters.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Ah! Yep.
Requesting orbital strike. Requesting
Yeah.
support.
Good syringes here, we do. Hey guys. I just, like, so I've used it. I've pretty much used every weapon against bugs, and I really honestly do not think it doesn't need a nerf at all. I've advocated for plenty of things to be nerfed. The Ruptor definitely need to be nerfed. Railgun at the time needed to be nerfed. Railgun needs to be buffed again, by the way. That's Incinerator Breaker's never been something where I was like, wow, this needs to be nerfed. Hey, Edwin, welcome back. How's the trip? Pretty good. I got to pour some concrete. Got to hang out with the fam. Shoot the shit.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Enemy, northwest, close.
It just fucking mows. Absolutely fucking mows shit. Not even close.
Requesting orbital.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
What? There we go. Is it already like 3? Oh my god, it's 3 AM. Idwin's here. It's quitting time already. Guys, I didn't do anything to your friends. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay.
Requesting air support.
Alright, bye.
North, 200 meters.
Happy to hear your views. That sounds like fighting words. Incinerator Breaker, though, like, if you are just shooting a singular... Is that guy still... Think. Like, if you're not painting with the Incinerator Breaker, though, it's not worth taking.
New mag.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Alright, let's go north.
Dropships.
Yeah, to each their own opinion. Like, polar opposite end of the spectrum. There, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of people that use an Incinerator Breaker, because, once again, I think it made it onto tier list, it became word of mouth or something. But, like, the Ruptor, a Ruptor was very, very broken compared to the Incinerator Breaker. I use it, I talked about it extensively while it was broken. What? What is going on with these guys? How are you still alive? That's not good. Wait, why are you taking multiple shots to kill? Someone's shooting it with like a Dominator or something.
Reloading.
Makes absolute mincemeat of the gunships. Like, if you try to kill a gunship with, like, a fucking quasar, do you know how horrible that is?
Found something. Sample collected. New mag.
Calling it a hell bomb.
Yeah. Samples? No?
Rare sample
Raptor was
acquired.
insane. Absolutely insane. I refused to use it after it first came out. Used it for 2 missions, and I was like, I'm not using this.
Mission progress logged.
Hell bomb armed. Clear the area.
Yeah. I'm not using it until they nerf it. And then a week later, it still wasn't nerfed, and there's only a couple people using it. So then I just started using it continuously, and then it became meta. Everyone's fucking using it. It was like a week after it came out. Then it got nerfed. But it was in the game so long that everyone got used to the power spike, and they're like, wow, this is what every gun should be in the game, which you just walk around with basically a stat stick that kills everything. And the casual got their hands on it, and then they got used to the power spike, and then they thought that's the way that they should actually play the game. Everything's super easy. And then it closed fabricators in bug holes, which is just kind of a... It's like a quality of life thing. Easy game.
Orbital inbound.
Good game. Alright. Alright.
Dropping a pin. Southwest. Close.
Weirdly enough, like, it feels like we should actually be running into some samples here. We're not finding anything. Let's go east. The Raptor was insane. And there's still people that are like, oh my god, these developers are so bad, they nerfed the Raptor. It was in a really, really good spot. It was in a really, really good spot, and they nerfed it. And I was like, yeah, you still find posts like that on basically every bouncing thread. There's people that ask to bring back the old Raptor. Which, by the way, I think they could. They just have to make it a stratagem. If the original launch version of the Raptor came back, if they turned it into a stratagem, it'd be fine. Like, if you had to carry around as a stratagem weapon, it would have been fine. But, you know, that would be a trade-off, right? Oh, by the way, the Raptor was a primary. It wasn't even a stratagem weapon. Yeah.
Requesting orbital.
I haven't used my 120 once this game. It's a pretty easy mission. So they nerfed the... This is a new tile, by the way.
Tagging map. East. 200 meters.
Good.
Sending in an eagle.
Have we even reloaded my Eagles yet? I don't think we have. Oh, we haven't.
Enemy elite. Southeast. Close.
I mean, I guess.
Orbital.
Alright, we need to leave.
Engaging. I'll take it.
Close. Go around the side. Railgun's terrible. I guess we're gonna disagree again. The railgun is absolutely fucking terrible. Like,
Marking location. North.
the big problem that they made with it is the fact that it's not the fact that you have to overcharge it into,
Found something.
So this is one of the reasons I said the... we don't take the 120 or 380s. Just a bunch of shit just survived up there. Can hit it with a cluster and kill like 3 times as many units. And the cluster isn't a 5-minute cooldown. But the railgun, one of the biggest problems with the railgun is the fact, it's in the rebalance guide, we have an entry for it. The biggest problem with the railgun is the fact that it takes, originally it took 1 second to charge it to its effective range, and now it takes like 2.5. So when you're in the middle of combat,
Requesting air support. Feels good.
when you're in the middle of combat trying to hit a clutch shot on like a Hulk or something, can't. Because not only do you get aim punched by all the other shit trying to hit you, you have to peek out exactly the right moment to hit on it. Oh my god. Dude, what did they fucking do to the walkers? That wasn't a walker, that was a shield devastator. But
Dropping a pin. Southeast, 100 meters.
Tagging location. Southwest.
Hulks are much less common, there's more tanks now. Tanks are easy mode compared to Hulks. Yeah. That looks like
Requesting air support.
base that's about to die. Yep. For sure. Concussion grenades are probably one of the more powerful things you can use against bots. It's not just for autocannon, but also for
Drop ships.
run away. Oh, and almost instantly died. We're definitely leaving. Much shit. And they can see through the trees, guys. Excuse me. No, we are more than likely dead. But yeah, I mean, you can use the stun grenades combined with pretty much anything. It's not just for, like, autocannon or whatever. But yeah, like railgun, I don't know why you'd use that when you could just use AMRs better than the railgun, for instance. It doesn't do what it used to. If it charged, even including the 95%, like let's say you had to charge it at 95%, risking exploding, if it did that in like a second, it would totally be much better. It has a lot to do with the time to charge. It makes it very, very difficult to deal with in the heat of the situation, because you can't get the shot off in time. It's like trying to align 3 different things at the same time.
Requesting air support.
Also, it's not a linear charge. The charge between like 0 to safe full charge is like 1 second. The charge between... Hey, Dad. Not dead. He's dead now. You guys can have that. Running away again. The charge between like 100% safe. We're dead again. Not dead yet. Almost dead. Not dead yet. Might be dead again, guys. Re-stimming. Ah. Alright. One of these. There's so much shit here. The charge between full, basically safe charge and explode is like 2 seconds.
Orbital inbound.
Which is... too long.
Sending in an eagle.
Putting aside the DPS, like in the middle of combat, trying to line up everything takes too long.
Requesting air support.
Against bugs, like, I don't even know what you use the railgun against bugs.
Calling down a sentry. I'm sorry. Reinforcing.
Chargers, maybe? You try to leg them again, or, I don't know, I think it'd actually be even worse using against bugs, because they're so mobile. I have a sneaky suspicion I'm gonna die here if I'm not careful. There is so much shit fleeing me around right now.
Calling in reinforcements.
On secondary, only thing I ever use in my secondary is my grenade pistol now for closing stuff. Very good utility item.
Joining the fray.
Grenade pistol has so much utility.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
I mean, you can do that with the Dominator. You can just pop the heads on the Brood Commanders with a Dominator. That's actually... Oh my god, I thought there was a fucking Shield Devastator.
Feels good.
Not, guys.
Requesting air support.
You have one of those again. That's for you again. There is so much shit here hiding.
Never mind.
New mag.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
All can see through the trees and I cannot. Got it. No.
Calling in extraction.
There is so much fucking shit here, guys. Get off my shit!
Marking location.
Did Joel pay you guys? Alright, freeze-stimming again. Into the freeze. There's so much fucking shit here.
ETA, T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Hit that. Oh, I mean, you can also just one-tap the chargers in the head, or you can use pop the armor with the quasar too. In one shot. Or kill them in the head in 2 shots. And you don't risk blowing up, and you don't have to sit there and try and charge it in the middle of combat. I mean, you do it with the quasar, but it's much more intuitive when you're using it. There's a reason no one's using the railgun. It's not because it's like a hidden gem. I mean, to be fair, we're just talking about the Incendiary Breaker and how everyone uses it because they're basically a sheeple. So, I mean, yeah. Let's do that right there. That should be good. Our teammate should be fine. Yeah.
ETA, T-minus 30 seconds.
Try one of these.
ETA, T-minus 20 seconds.
Mag's empty.
ETA, T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing.
There was a
zone.
lot of crap here, guys.
Pelican 1,
Huh.
arriving at coordinates.
But yeah, I don't really like.
This is Pelican 1.
Like I said, I think the railgun against bugs would be even worse than it is against bots. Mainly because of the mobility and having to line them up. I mean, we definitely used... We read the thread... We literally talked about it on Reddit, how people were like, oh my god, the railgun's so usable when it was free. This is like 2 weeks ago when the railgun was free. It's like, oh my god, this is such a cool gun. It's such a hidden gem, and I had people in my stream going like, oh, you should use the railgun. It's so good. So we then went and played against the bots with the railgun. And like you just trying to peek out from around the corner without getting shot just in time to pop like a Hulk in the face or anything that's shooting at you. It's just all over the place. Trying to time the 90% shot without getting aim punched while you like slowly creep it around basically never happens. Against bugs, you have basically bugs all over you all the time. Bugs are much easier now, which is one of the problems with harder difficulty is that it's not hard anymore.
Never destroy our way of life.
But we have an entry about that on Better Diver Guide, guys. Hopefully they add challenge progression at some point to the game. They make things challenging at the higher difficulties again. Already got everything nerfed, guys. There's still... What was the newest thread today where they're talking about trying to get things nerfed? Oh, it's Hunters.
That was one
Yeah.
of the record books, where all missions are logged
Yep.
for analysis.
Apparently there's no way to survive against Hunters, so they need to be nerfed now. Pretty normal kills, death-wise, so
We can never
if
have
you want to, like, kind of like a rule of thumb, kill-wise is relatively normal.
Locked.
But if you want to look at, like, overall how our squad did, we lost 5 lives.
Thrusters.
2 of them were me. Over the course of an entire Helldive, we lost 5 lives. So not even remotely close to being hard.
Orbit synchronized.
No. Reddit likes complaining about things. Everyone wants to play on Helldive. It's one of the problems with there only being 9 difficulty levels. Is everyone feels as though they need to play on the hardest difficulty, and then it just gets things nerfed on Diff 9, which is not where you can play at whatever difficulty you want, guys. I do not judge people for playing at lower difficulties. I'm not going to be like, oh my god, you're so bad, you only play on Diff 1. However, if you try to get my Diff 9 nerf, we're going to have words here, because
The enemy has launched a surprise attack on one of our planets. It needs our aid.
the only thing I find fun in this game is the challenge. So if the challenge is missing, then it's not fun. Which, this is harder than the bugs, for instance, earlier tonight, but it still isn't super difficult. Bots have definitely been in much more difficult situations. Like a couple weeks ago when they had the concussion force turned up a lot in the aim punch, you're just going oscillating back and forth between getting your salad toss, i.e. being thrown around constantly, and then being aim punched. Which basically means you couldn't actually shoot anything.
Mission coordinates locked.
Alright. What the kids want, they just want it to be easy mode. But if there's like 30 difficulties, you know, like 25 plus of which people can't even complete, it's not nearly as, you know, cut and dry as just nerf things, right? By the way, talking about like the autocannon BOP, these guys, the gunships, are very difficult if you don't have an autocannon. I think the Scorcher can kill them, but I don't use the Scorcher. Autocannon, literally just 2 taps an engine, they're dead.
One step closer to mission completion.
Everyone should be using the autocannon. How many autocannons do we have in here? 0. There's 0 autocannons. Okay. This is a transport, the SSD. I'd rather not transport it across the map.
Rare sample acquired.
Mine. Mine.
Dropping a pin. East. Follow me.
Engaging terminal.
When else does, we will definitely do it. Usually you have people that literally just stop and hang out with it, and they don't actually take it to the objective, which is not where you want to be. Exactly what I wanted to avoid. Okay, that's cool. You just went and did the thing I was already doing. That's neat. Let's go north, away from our teammates.
Calling in orbital strike.
Homo shit. Takes over a mag. So I've never really used the Scorcher to kill them, so actually good to know. But it can actually kill them. There's plenty of guns that legit can't do anything against the gunships. Kind of ridiculous. And then you get your teammates all get farmed by gunships, which is also pretty terrible.
Rare sample acquired.
Load.
Tagging map. North.
Ammo box. Now I'm going east now. Bye. Yeah, I can do the north stuff here.
Dropping a pin. Northwest. 100 meters. Found something. Rare sample acquired. Requesting sample collected.
Requesting air support.
Yeah, like I said, it's actually really, really weird how the autocannon has slipped under the radar for bots. Like, I have no idea. Absolutely no idea.
Bot outpost.
Like, look how often it's used. Like, I'd say on average there's maybe 1 person per game using it, other than me.
Dropship.
Dropping package. Request.
Stop it. Stop it.
Stand clear. Allied destroyer moving squadron.
Calling in reinforcement.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Why the fuck did he kick me? What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is that? Was that guy like dead for 10 seconds and then started beating it and then kicked everyone? What the fuck is wrong with people?
Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Oh. Well, look here. Here's another one. There's a poor soul with a railgun, a heavy machine gun, which you technically can use the heavy machine gun to kill like Hulks. It is very difficult because of the recoil. But no autocannon again. This is, like I said, I only started using the autocannon maybe... Oh my god, I take my bug loadout. It, by the way. Oh, there's another guy, grenade launcher. Yep. Oh, yeah, okay, so, yeah, for sure. So, a lot of, this is like one of the problems with the game, and it even, because of the reduced difficulty at higher levels right now, it's difficult for even me to kind of pick through the stuff now. Everything becomes viable when enemies are easier. It's just, you know, there's a lot more leeway when you only have one Hulk coming at you, right? And you occasionally have to deal with it. You land that one shot, and that's the end of that.
Reinforcing.
Oh, actually, we'll leave that for later. That's near the pad. Oh yeah, like, the people that were suggesting using Railgun were talking about how they only played in Div 7 after they mentioned that. It was actually part of the conversation. If you're getting hit constantly, you know, obviously it doesn't...
Calling in reinforcements.
It's kind of weird. 380, like, oftentimes anyone that uses the 380 could just use the 120 and do better with it. And be less likely to kill their teammates, actually kill what's in the game, but the 120 is also terrible. But yeah, like, that doesn't make the weapon good, it just means it works in lower difficulties. Yeah.
Spot outpost spotted. Eat this!
Sure.
Sending in an eagle.
Sure. Are you over, bunny? Go away. Please go somewhere else. Anywhere near, but near me, guys. You know how hard it is to kill the fucking autocannon, or the turrets, without an autocannon? Infinitely harder. Gunship factory, speaking of which. Not making me look good, gunships.
Reloading.
Where you come from? You get further away and create more distance.
Supplies.
Also, that guy took 4 shots at the engine to kill. Sometimes it's weird, too. Like, you'll hit the engine, you can see the puff of smoke. and it doesn't actually kill them in 2 shots. There's mutators on enemies. So sometimes they take more shots.
Dropping a pin.
Oh.
Southwest, 200 meters. Tagging map, south,
Drop
200
ship.
meters.
Marking location. Cancel that. Northwest.
Calling in a hell bomb.
Bot fabricator. Southwest. 50 meters. Sending in an eagle. Bot fabricator. Northwest. 200 meters.
Might have to leave. I think there's a patrol showing up now.
Requesting orbital. Requesting air support.
Fuck off! God.
Bot fabricator. Northwest. Close. Calling in a hell bomb.
Don't have you on manual control? What's going on here? Stop that. Holy fucking shit. What is going on here? Like, this one is legit trying to hide from me? Stop that. Go away. Now we gotta leave.
Package acquired. Drop in package.
Oh,
Package acquired.
we're gonna run away.
Dropping package. Package acquired. Dropping package.
And lasered in the brain. Good?
Package acquired. Marking location. Southwest. Objective located.
Dropping package acquired.
Alright,
Democracy
let's
has
call
landed.
in. I guess we'll go north and call in our alternate loadout.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Alright. Either way, the autocannon definitely makes like the gunship's fucking easy mode. Those guys, I have no idea why we're having so much problems landing shots on the side of it. And the armor, the peak physique armor, definitely makes it a lot easier on top of it too if you actually use that. Which probably needs a nerf at some point.
Engaging terminal. Package acquired. Dropping package.
Weird one. Alright.
I got the terminal.
Guys doing the objective here, we're gonna leave now. Go somewhere else. Grab our autocannon. Prime the AI to do
Calling down a
fucking shit.
support weapon.
Yeah, those guys were literally sitting there doing nothing. I think they're all three of them were loading the fucking sieve.
Making progress.
Yeah. Oh. Let's- Run them past the objective, and they should aggro to the objective. What the fuck is this? A gun can't do that.
Requesting orbital.
Yeah. Well, I mean, sure. Maybe.
Orbital inbound. Drop ships. Found something.
Like, I guess you could say some people actually have fun by staying together as a team. That's not me.
Sending in an eagle.
Especially if there's no challenge involved. Like, sitting around with the rest of your team and throwing cluster bombs on top of bug holes is not fun. Not enjoyable for me. And that's fucking weird. Alright.
Eat this!
Outpost spotted. Requesting orbital. Sending in an eagle.
Can't move. Through the side of the engine. That's a fucking shit here, guys. That's weird. None of that shit was there except for the gunships that popped out.
Requesting tac back. Calling down a
Fuck just happened to the gunships? Yeah.
Mission progress logged.
My teammates just instantly killed the gunships? What the fuck is that?
Requesting air support.
supplies. Dropping a pin. Heavy. Northwest. 100 meters.
For some reason it's only spawning 2 now instead of 4. What's going on here? Huh. Now my shots are hitting. That's weird. Alright, let's go to the objective further north. This guy's apparently going to do this. Alright.
Dropship.
Yoink.
Inbound.
Go launch the ICBM.
Bot fabricator. North. 100 meters.
Fucking weird, guys. I swear to God, shooting through the engine. Like I said, sometimes it feels like you fucking shoot it 4 times, and it doesn't even fucking kill it. And other times it feels like your shot's not registering or shooting through it. And that time, when we just went up there, instantly killed him. Both times. Shots just perfectly landed on him. Very weird.
Requesting air support.
New mag.
Why those guys aren't calling them in, I'm not going to respawn them. I'm literally nowhere near. Why isn't K1 and G2 calling them in?
Calling in reinforcements.
Sample collected. terminal.
Calling in a hell bomb.
I got the terminal.
7, 4, 1, 5.
Hell bomb armed. Clear the area.
I'm on it.
Like, did we get fucking super sketch gunships? No, like, they aren't difficult at all. At least with the autocan, they aren't difficult. Good, hilarious. Seemed like they're more mobile, and my shots weren't landing. Weird.
Orbital inbound. Engaging terminal. New mag.
Idiot now? Like a bunch of them lost their samples southwest, so we'll probably go back around and grab them.
Calling in a hell bomb.
I got the terminal.
E3?
Requesting orbital strike.
Alright. What the fuck is going on? I mean, I was having a tough time with them too. Is this some sort of weird fucking special spawn for gunships or something? Down.
Engaging terminal.
Leave, go south and grab the samples that those guys didn't pick up.
Freedom has prevailed. Now head to the extraction point.
By what?
Calling in a hell bomb. Bots, northwest.
Is he asking me why I finished the objective? There's no way.
Hell bomb armed. Clear the
Get through
area.
here. Okay. Grab the samples.
Calling in reinforcements.
Well, they said the precision strike was originally supposed to be used on buildings, and it does work on some buildings. I wonder if it actually works on the gunship factories, because they make it insanely easy. The most difficult part about the gunship factories is having to deal with the gunships harassing you while trying to blow up the buildings. But normally this isn't a problem at all, so
Enemy elite.
yeah.
Hell bomb armed. 50 meters. Clear the area.
Spent the half the round just literally sitting there fucking around with the gunships. Half the map. Oh! They can't blow up the gunship factory. No. Yeah, no, they just put it down wrong. Right too far away. Hell bombs are kind of like 500 kgs, which they will adhere to line of sight. East now. Doesn't? Have you tried it? I mean, I had a guy earlier saying that the mark lasts on units till they die, but we've had, you can clearly see the Q mark on units falls off after 10 seconds or so. Ah. Bill's trying to cut me off.
Requesting orbital.
Apparently he's pissy that I didn't stick around the gunship factory. These super extra uber gunships. These things are really fucking annoying. Like I said, I swear they're more mobile than normal, and my shots are shooting through the engines. My teammates well to deal with that too.
Requesting air support.
Ever reloaded our Eagles yet this... I don't think we've reloaded our Eagles at all this game.
Sending in an eagle.
Eagles constantly sending patrols in front of me.
Orbital inbound.
Grab this because it's here. No one's gonna be dead again.
Extraction is available.
Find me. Yes, I swear to God, that was one gigantic group just meant for me.
Reinforcing.
Touches the ground first, you're coming over here.
Rare sample acquired. Sample collected.
Grab the south fabricator.
Requesting tac pack. Calling down a support weapon.
Fun. By the way, the blimp factories, the gunship, not the gunship factories, the dropship factories, you can 100% kill them from across the map with autocannon without ever getting near them. The guy left his samples, apparently. Well, we gotta go grab his samples now.
Extraction is available.
Doop doop doo doop doop doo. Right now.
Dropship. Got a sample.
Definitely looks like they're flaring me. For some reason.
Calling in extraction.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Oh my God, +1 green. Oh, we mister.
T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Orbital inbound.
Requesting orbital. Requesting air support.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Did you just throw a 380 on them? It's, almost everyone in the game uses 380s like 120s. They don't realize how big the radius is on them. They aren't very effective. They just kill your teammates because Joel likes to troll, which apparently he does with the autocannon now, or the rail cannon now too. So.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Big explosion good? Big explosion good, guys. That's the end result. Therefore, it is great at what it does.
T-minus 20 seconds.
You guys really leave samples laying around? There's no way.
ETA T-minus
What kind of economy are these guys in that they can leave samples just laying around?
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. This is Pelican 1 preparing for touchdown. Orbital inbound.
In case you want to jump when you're using it.
Sending in an eagle.
Alright.
Orbital inbound. Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Alrighty. Okay. Dive into the ship. Dive. Dive in. Dive in the ship.
Launch countdown complete. We have to leave now.
What is he doing?
Pelican
What
1
the
beginning
fuck
ascent.
is that?
Today you've gone
He's doing.
a long climb
Alright.
to liberty.
Okay, you know. Yep. Alright. Just your average hell dive where they still don't understand that there's occasionally a bug where you get caught on the edge and you have to dive into the ship. Yeah. We're on hell dive, guys. No one can leave behind a rare sample like that? Exactly, especially when there's new upgrades that require 250. Well, 200 greens. Oranges, excuse me. 250 greens. Alright, guys. Oh, Joel had it out for us near the gunship factory, that's for sure. I swear to God, guys, I was fucking shooting the gunships and it's just like flying through it. It wasn't even doing anything. Felt like desync, but usually that's not an issue. 80s build character. Yes, yes they do. Those that can walk into it and don't fear the RNG death versus those that run away from it. It's true. Are you gonna play Russian roulette? Are you man enough? Are you democratic enough to play Russian roulette with 380s? I am. Well, it'll either kill your teammates or kill the enemies. Which is it gonna do, guys? Schrodinger's 380s. We didn't fucking do anything. I spent an entire match, guys, running around, literally killing nothing, and then fucking around the gunship factory, and then doing nothing again. There's literally nothing in the map. That was something. Oh. 23 samples. Okay. Alright guys, we're gonna call things here this evening. We got a nice little introduction, a nice little jaunt back into Helldivers after I was on vacation for 2 days here with family stuff and obligations. So, yeah. Tonight, guys, probably be more Helldivers 2. We're probably going to take a look at the spreadsheet, the Better Diver spreadsheet, and add more to it. The usual, oh, I'm jammed just in time for me to leave. You are trying to coerce me into streaming, or playing another one, excuse me. I am obviously not going to do that. Yeah. Alright guys, we're going to call things here for this evening. If you are new to the stream and you enjoyed the bullshit, enjoyed the fun, make sure to hit the follow button on your select platform. I stream to Kick, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, as well as TikTok every day. From late night to early morning, GMT-6, so late night North America time. I usually stream for about 5 to 6 hours, give or take. Depends on my life, what's happening, etc., etc., guys. We had some, yeah. I mean, most of our games tonight were extremely easy. That was fucking weird what was happening with that gunship factory. Other than that, everything's basically been a cakewalk. Unfortunately, the game is very easy now, so, on Diff 9. And unfortunately, we're trying to find more difficult missions, and it's not really been successful, but yeah. We'll keep hoping maybe they'll add some challenge progression as per the rebalance spreadsheet, and they'll make things a lot better. But until then, it's kind of just, you know, whatever just happens in the mission. Oh, look, for some reason I'm fighting basically invulnerable gunship factories. Shit like that. So, alrighty guys, I'm done here for this evening, guys. Tonight will be more of the Helldivers 2, more than likely. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching my streams as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Friday night and Saturday morning. Have a good day, guys.